Is that you guys? Is this me? Is that you, John Wayne? Is this me? Tony's here. What's up, guys? My computer's not recognizing my mic. You know what happened though? Tony left his cap over at Rockford's. That's the big news today. So thanks for tuning in to the Purge, everyone. Welcome in, and we got a lot today. Boy, this is going to be the best purge you've ever purged in your old purging life. Ah! Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being here. Colder coverage arrived. Trying to get the Dan Roddy look. It's nice to have headphones. Those are good. I'm not nervous at all. It's been... Where's the purge been? It's 59 degrees. And this should tell you, all you ladies out there, I got the AC running. Yes, I do. Let's turn on. So, I just like to get the air. I like to get the air clear and get the air flowing here. I know. He is terrible with that. He wants to go back to Rockford's. Do I sound weird? Do I look weird? Do I look okay? I got a fancy shirt on tonight. Button it up like Vinny would do. Because, yeah, I'm going from this mic right here. Oh, well, there was a buzz? Oh. I'm back home now. Ta-da, look at me. Unfortunately, we might try to call Rockford a little bit later and see if he'll play something for us. Let's get going.
States of America, red, white, and blue will rip your throat out, drink your blood, motherfucker.
Los Angeles is literally known for paparazzi.
Bombs are falling from the sky, we'll hit the target, time to simplify. Whoa, time to simplify. Oh yeah.
Rockford still doesn't care about Idaho. He cares, I think, even less now. So, that's just what it is. That's Rockford. But he does send me articles. He sent me an article about the... what do you call it thing? How Koberger was guilty in all the other crimes in Pullman. If I did that, it'd be gross. God. I hit the wrong button. There we go. I hate to close that window. I really do, but we gotta play this one.
Oh! We have a little friend.
Wait, don't eat the road. F*** off! Turn on the last point.
Yeah.
Big point.
Oh! That got us chomp.
Somebody's going.
Oh. is a little.
Yeah, I thought I'd start us off with a little bit of fun today. So I'm just sitting here. I'm drinking Green Mountain Coffee, Striker. If you haven't tried Green Mountain, it'll make you decide that Starbucks sucks. Green Mountain, I tell you, it's changed my life. I'm a whole new man. It's because of Green Mountain, darn it. There's a site you don't see too often. I got the best feed today. Bunch of good stuff came in, and you guys are probably doing good. Hope everybody had a very merry holiday season, and whatever your beliefs are, they were all met. How about that? All right. It was a great Christmas. We actually went to Rockford's for Christmas with Dad. Made up this super ham, and I don't know if I did a bike ride on the way back. I'll tell you what happened though. If you guys remember my crank falling off my bike, that happened, and so tomorrow we go to get the crank fixed. I did a little shopping. I did a little post-Christmas return even, and I wasn't scared. Not at all. I didn't have to wade through any snow, though, typically, Nick, so I don't know. I can't believe the size of this freaking wave. So large. Alright, let's see where I hear you. We're always trying to do stuff like this all the time. Like, this is incredible. He can do it and actually not get hurt or land the trick he's trying to do. We never were successful at that. If you're watching. Wow, my shirt's really trippy right now. Tripping on the shirt. Swift fly. I guess if you want to really get tunnel vision, there it is for you. All right. So I think we touched on this the other day over Rockford's. Apparently, it's a growing concern. I don't know. I can't do this shirt. I might have to Kreischer it. This shirt is too crazy. Do you like it? It looks like I'm in jail. Twiz said that I was in jail for something. I don't know. So there we go. All right. I cannot. I'm just. You know when you take your stuff and you go somewhere and then you come back. And then you come back, before you put it all back together, you gotta clean the shit out of everything. That's what I did. I'm telling you, if I wasn't on Squiggle Vision, I'd show you around this place. I challenge you. I challenge you to find a speck of dirt. Tony will tell you. Even though he's missing his cap, he's pissed about the cap. I have the dunce cap for him. He can wear that. I don't have, I have the best coffee, though. What was it that's missing from this the other day? Heather has joined now the Christchurch. Oh, I lost my picture. What did I do? Oh God! The stupid light. See, the white is by. Never mind. I feel like I'm more nasally than normal. All right, I need my glasses with this one. Nearly 200 residents of Moscow, a town in northern Idaho, gathered Tuesday night to discuss combating Christian nationalism. I'm laughing because if you're not familiar, the National Socialist Party is what the Nazis were known as. It's an ironic name. Joined by a podcaster who is investigating the growing influence of Christian nationalism, leader Doug Wilson in the community. So, growing influence. Not only in the community though, it's a cross-country thing. If you go to their website, I was trying to say the other day that if you go to their website, there's some type of Episcopalian link, whatever it is, and all it is it just goes right back to their website. So they've gone, I want to say they have like a good stronghold throughout the South, Texas, and in the Carolinas, perhaps. I remember something like a super church that they're affiliation. They're adjacent. They're church adjacent. They're Wilson adjacent. In the second season of his podcast, Extremely American, Heath Drusen has been looking at activities of Wilson's Christ Church and its role in the extremist movement. Isn't it funny that we go to Idaho and then Idaho comes to us? Onward, Christian Soldiers. The season has already topped 1 million downloads. He's got followers. Heather's one. Drusen explained to the crowd that Wilson 71, who runs a community of Reformed evangelical churches. I don't know if what I said Episcopalian, but evangelical churches. Those are the guys you see in the tents on the side of the road there, if you're familiar. Let me change my colors. So racist, that color. Yeah. I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. Do you think so? But Christ Church, whose relationship with Moscow dates back to the 1970s and has been growing slowly over the decades. Today the church has been between 800 and 900 members in the 25... Look at that. Look at the picture they throw up of poor Doug. Today's event was hosted by the United Church of Moscow, the Latah County Human Rights Task Force. I'm not sure I'm digging this angle. I want to be right here with you guys. It's the holidays. I want to hold each one of you closer and closer. Welcome to the Purge. Alright, hold on. We'll keep reading this. Shut up. Kids go to bed. Alright, Tuesday's event was hosted by the United Church of Moscow, Latah County Human Rights Task Force. What the blank are they doing there? Isn't that interesting? Now, as long as the feds weren't there, I guess Doug's cool with it, right? Community Congregational United Church of Pullman. That's the one Twiz belongs to. Located across the state border in Washington. Thanks for that. The intent of tonight's presentation is to help educate our community about forms of extremism and ramifications and the consequences. Yeah, it says that literally. Did I go mute? Did I mute? What happened? Holy cow. Let's see who it is. Maybe it's Mom. Oh, cool. Jen's coming to join us tonight. That'll be nice. She, hopefully she'll FaceTime with us. That's a, not that she said she was going to do it or anything and promised and never fulfilled that promise. I'm not holding her against. I'm only teasing her. She doesn't have to, but she should. Alright, let's get going. I'm back at home, Jeff. Back at home. Rockford, if he wants to, we were thinking about doing add him on and have him just chilling in the background from my house. We can do that. So anyway, let's see where. Oh, Cougs. Who are the Cougs? That was my high school team. Was the Cougs? Is it a game? Is it like a dating show? The Cougs. All right, Marty. All right, here we go. I'm going to read on because it's so interesting. And then I'm in squiggle vision. You guys like squiggle vision? You guys, Rockford didn't like the squiggle vision. Yeah. All right. The intent of tonight's presentation to help educate you about extremism its ramifications and consequences. Drusen explained that Wilson 71 is more influential than locally Wilson runs the community. What? Whoop. Drusen explained that Wilson 71 is more influential than locally. Aha. Wilson runs the Community Reformed Evangelical Churches, a Calvinist church group that has a presence coast to coast, an education empire that includes 500 classical Christian schools nationally. There's the guy teaching your kids, guys, if you can afford it. Private selection. Okay, Moscow is home to the new St. Andrew's College, a private classical Christian school founded in 1994 by the church Drusen and Wilson Hope. It's where students from his network of secondary schools end up. Wilson also has a grip on media, Kane Press, which not only publishes books but also produces podcasts and streaming shows. Okay, so that's the Kane Press, and it's the Evangelical Reformers. Drusen said a Kirker, as Christian church members are called, can easily have their educational, spiritual, and entertainment needs met through Wilson's empire. What Doug Wilson wants to do, according to Doug Wilson, is change society, create American theocracy, Drusen said, and although it's caused tension in Moscow, Drusen in Moscow hasn't let Wilson take over the small town. Only partially. That's partly because Moscow is not a very conservative place, and you've been outspoken on that, he told the audience, noting that Christian church members have not found success in running for political offices locally, though they've tried. The city has consistently learned liberal, particularly when compared to neighboring eastern Washington and rural Idaho. The fact that nearly 200 people showed up to an at-capacity event in the rain was a hopeful sign, Drusen said, but he added that concerned citizens needed to stay vigilant and remain civically engaged. Inevitably happens when people get complacent. Extremism is not broadly popular, but they tend to outwork their position. They're more dogged about it, more patient. That's a motivation gap. Joanne Munez of Latah County Human Rights Task Force said it might be time for citizens to take a stronger stand if they want to continue fighting against Christ Church. Moscow wants to solve this problem without friction. We believe in pluralism, and we believe in love, and we want to stick to that. Maybe we have to be activists, she said. She added that she was surprised to learn people refer to Moscow as Doug Wilson's empire. They're looking to see how successful he'll be in his takeover and experiment. Here, Wrigley's experiment. Drusen said there's no denying Wilson is trying to make his Moscow footprint bigger, but reminds locals that he hasn't found success. He's been working to make this a Christian town for 40 years, and it hasn't happened yet. I think that's an important fact. Excellent article.
Tamam, bir saniye. Şurada alacağım. Şurada. Burada mı? Anladım. Ne yapacağız? Karalamayınca ne yapacağız seninle? Çok kızdım. Karalayabilir miyim? Bak. Tamam, bir saniye. Şurada alacağım. Şurada. Burada mı?
Pretty patient guy, right?
Karalamayınca ne yapacağız?
Definitely had his work cut out for him.
Captain, How soon can you land?
I can't tell.
You can tell me I'm a doctor.
No, I mean, I'm just not sure.
But can't you take a guess?
Well, not for another 2 hours.
You can't take a guess for another 2 hours?
No. I mean, we can't land for another 2 hours. Fog has closed down everything this side of the mountains. We've got to get through to Chicago.
Captain?
You can't guess for another 2 hours? Oh, it sounds like my life. That seems to be the new hotness, like Dark Slide was for a while now. You land, I don't know, what is that, vertically? So this came out, I don't know, I've been trying to catch up with everything on everybody and all that stuff, and Jules had some great stuff, and I think Jenn has something new for us. She definitely has one new one that I watched yesterday. But we have Lana. Did some nice stuff. I know you guys all saw that today. I saw you in there. And this one, I don't know. This is kind of the weaker of the two. And I'm just probably just going to play this little clip right here. Definitely without the music. Oops. Suddenly postpone to allow both sides additional time to... You just can't give those prosecutors enough time. Eventually took place... This is just, I thought this would be stupid, and it's Newsweek, and it is. What do you... I mean, if I was on an airplane, I would read the whole article. I'd be okay, just pass the time, talk about... Listen to what people are saying about Koberger. Brian Koberger, cops forced to break silence and rule Idaho murders suspect out of home invasion as body cam emerges. And people are talking about his beard. His beard is fine. He's got to shave his neck. I need to shave my neck too. I don't like this angle right now. You guys are pissing me off. Anyway, yeah, pretty laughable. It almost feels like a political race where they're just trying to bring in bullshit to take out the opponent. And I mean, the lady said it's more likely in this case that it was Detective Payne, I think Meg P said earlier, than it was Koberger. Or maybe it was Miss Potts. I don't know. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. And so, yeah, that played itself out real quick, but they haven't hushed the story yet. Let's see when this one came out. I think it was very recently, as of Dateline. Let's see, 2 days ago. Okay, so that's kind of it ramped up, and now they can f off. All right, kids go to bed, but. This was ridiculous, and I'm sick of it. And I'm not going to get all podcasts for Peterson on you guys and send you his address or anything for how to send a letter from China. No offense, but it is a sort of a theory I have that maybe they have some bias against them. And I want to ask people when I talk to them, I want to say, do you think it was a cop? Do you think it was, why, you talk about Blaker, Lyon, whatever it is. And then, who did the PCA first, and blah, blah, yada, yada, yada. It doesn't, And so, that's really all the Purge has to say.
Oh no, this truck's turning in here. He's gonna slide into these guys too.
I'm assuming that some of you guys are dealing with this Oregon, and Twiz is even north of this. I don't know what kind of rain
Oh no! His
stuff you
truck's turning in here.
That's about as funny.
gonna
We don't
slide
get
into
a
these
lot of
guys,
that.
too.
We will get a lot of suntan oil on the roads sometimes, and they get. I tried. Tough crowd.
What do you teach? Middle-aged kindergarten students? Now I know that should hurt me, I think. But what do you mean, kindergarten with learning disabilities?
No, it was the staring out the window part.
Do you think them being bored's on them or you? What's your name?
My name is Karen.
Your name is Karen. Can you believe that? We were all right. What do you teach?
Kindergarten.
He set her up for the beginning. It was funny. That guy's good. All
How
right.
did he propose? What was the location?
Over the phone.
Over the phone. Okay. Sounds like a green card situation to me. Where were you?
In Russia.
In Russia. Oh. Where did you guys meet? What's the chat room called? Well, what a triumph, because sometimes people just marry the wrong person, right? Sometimes it doesn't work out. It's not all a proposal over the phone in Moscow, right? It's not all...
We're divorced.
Wait, you and the Russian lady are divorced?
On purpose.
On purpose. Okay, generally divorce isn't an accident. What do you mean you divorced him on purpose?
We got divorced 7 years ago, and then we had 2 kids.
Then you had 2 kids. Oh, whoa. I thought I was the only dyslexic here tonight. How did he propose? What was the location?
Over the phone.
Yeah, we got divorced. Then we had the kids. Why not? It's the modern way. I had a couple, but okay. I had one buddy, and he owned a restaurant, and I won't say the name of it, but anyway, he sent over $5,000 to some Ukrainian or Russian girl, and this was just the first one, and he went to the airport one day, and she was supposed to be on the flight, and he was absolutely crushed when she didn't arrive. And then there was another one who perpetuated, and it's just like, I mean, don't you ever read the news? I don't know. Don't answer emails from the King Joffre. You know what I'm saying?
Oh wow. Death Star, baby. Alrighty. Sick. 3, 2, 1, let's get it.
If anybody knows where the Dolomite Mountains are, that's... Wow, what a pass. Okay, I'll give you a pass on that one. Listen, Latah County mistakenly sends out 933 voter registration cancellation letters.
Give the gift of YouTube Premium. With YouTube Premium, you can watch ad-free videos, play videos in the background, download...
The letter may seem like a scam, but they were sent out by error. The letter states is a cancellation of the individual's voter registration, stating they've been convicted of a felony and therefore their voter registration has been canceled.
Oops. You've been convicted of a felony. You can't vote. I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's I don't know why the audio's so... I just wanted to mention, I don't think they can get anything right. I'm not sure what in the hell is going on. Maybe Twiz knows about Quiznos. Here in Latah County, welcome to Idiot Fest 92. We got Chief Fry running the festivities. We're going to have a wet t-shirt contest starring Miss Mabbit. Let's get things started on the stage with Miss Mabbit here today. Yeah.
From the land, the air,
Welcome to Latah County, your biggest living nightmare. Alright, that's over. Enough of that, Kane. Jiminy Joseph. Hopefully you guys can hear me, not too loud. So this one's just been popping around the internet. There's a lot of people watching on the internet. I thought it'd It's like those kids there, they're just like, what would happen if I took this seatbelt off? You know, every single one of them is thinking that they want to take the seatbelt off and run over there, and I'm surprised one of them didn't. Well-behaved kids. Well done, Dad. All right.
This.
Who did this?
Who did this? Who?
Who did this?
Who did this? Who did this?
Who did this? Bubba, was this you? Georgia, was this you? Jackal, was it? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought!
Which one of you did this?
Who did this? Who did it? Who ate the toy?
Who made all this mess? Hugo did it.
Who did this mess? Cody, did you make this mess?
Did you do that?
And they got with music at the end there. Jeff H. Green. Where's Miss Potts? Is Miss Potts in here too? Cheryl Butler's here. I was going to put your name in the thing so you didn't miss it. We miss having you here. Love Tina's here with her pie. Oh, my shoulder. I've dislocated both my shoulders a couple times. One time I was in left field. I've told that story before. You guys know. Let's see. I can't even get the nerds to come up on the flight. Here we go. Let's see. Okay. Brought to you by Nerds today. Alright. What else have we got here? Welcome in, everybody. If you're new to the Purge, I left the subscribe button open for you to hit and do all the YouTube things for me. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. And hit that smacker. This dog's viral already. But they can't hide it. Oh, the poor little... I have a feeling that dog right there is the bad one. There he is. With the quick comeback. Here we go. Alright, here we go. You won't get banned here, Jeff. Don't worry. Oh. This is great. I'm sorry, I wanted to preface this and I'm muted. I totally swamped on that one. Anyway, I was saying this is body surfing, not just like getting in the wave and having to push you once. But it's body surfing, and when I lived in San Diego, they used to use the old McDonald's trays to do this with. Because there's one spot, it's called The Cove in La Jolla there, that only the lifeguards are allowed to surf to... allegedly. I've seen other people surfing on boards there, but they all body surf. And so you see this little pad in this guy's hand, and this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. That's all he has is maybe a pair of fins and a little pad. So it's like a mini bodyboard in his hands. So check this out. I'll tell you, those guys are fanatics. That's the longest ride, hands down. And he totally shoots the pier. And then, which is crazy dangerous. He knew what he's doing. And then, he gets barreled right at the end there. You see, he got the full, and it's a cool little camera angle. Anyway, I liked it. I like that one. Let's get on here.
Did a search warrant one time on a gang house. We wrap up, we leave, and I'm driving down. Man, I hear, hey, Mr. Policeman, you left your walkie-talkie at my house. I'm like, oh, man, somebody's about to be in a lot of trouble. And she is just on it. The next thing I know, both of my cell phones ringing. I answer it, it's my supervisor, and he's like, hey, man, check, see if you got your radio. I'm like, hey, dude, I got my radio, bro. And he's like, no, for real, get hands on. I'm like, all right. So I'm driving, I'm feeling it, pull my vest up. I don't see it. My heart drops in my stomach. I'm like, hey, that's my radio. And I whip that car around. By the time I get back to the house, the whole hood's out there. Man, I get out the car. She's holding that radio by the antenna. She goes, here, piggy, 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 piggy. I was so humiliated. I had to walk over and was like, sorry about that. Got my radio. Every day I would have Miss Piggy. I would take it down the next morning. It would go right back on my desk. Did a search warrant one time on a gang house. We wrap up, we leave, and I'm driving down. Man, I hear, hey, Mr. Policeman, you left your walkie.
All right, the audios are down for some reason, so if it's low audio, I apologize. Here, piggy, 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 piggy. Okay.
I don't got time to be here, man. If you can, just do your job or do whatever you're doing or something, man. But I don't really care what you do, man.
I'd love to do my job, but part of my job.
Not my job, dog. It's not my fucking job, all right? I don't give a fuck what you look like. You know what I'm saying? Your job is gay.
I'm going to hold you in contempt.
Hey, bro, I don't give a fuck what you talking about, man. All right? I don't give a fuck what you talking about, man.
Bye. Do we need to preserve this as evidence now since that's resisting? All right, don't delete the YouTube video. That's unfortunate. Hey, Ethan, keep them coming, man.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Oh, it's not your fault. That's part of our part and parcel. Boy, he's so little, and look how much people he's got. Mr. Rico could have gone home today. He decided he'd rather stay.
You might have got a new prosecutor today.
Well, it's all live. You saw him fight the deputy. Technically, he's under arrest in a jail. Do you have to prove that element?
I don't got time to be here, man. If you can, just do your job or do whatever.
If you can, just do your job, whatever it is, like throwing candy out to the kids. I'm just going to fight the deputies, make sure I stay get in, because I could have just got out today and walked. Unreal. Anyway, we're getting to it. Here we go. So that's Rincon in California, and I like this is one of my favorite ways. I've never gotten to surf there, but it's famous for those big fat faces, and you can do big wide turns and whatever on it, you know. And as opposed to Rincon in Puerto Rico, which is a bodyboarding spot, it's one of my bucket lists. Places that I'm going to go there. Maybe Steve G will join me on the trip there. Prosecution's expert witness for Brian Koberger murder trial kept from public view. State attorneys prosecuting the case against the man charged with murder and death, led by LaCotte County Bill Thompson, Ada Corbett, blah, blah, blah. The prosecution met a court-imposed deadline to submit a list of those experts and their credentials last week, but the identities of those included among the group the state intends to call as witnesses in the case against defendant Breinberger is being kept from the public. At a county district judge, Stephen Hippler pushed back against several deadlines, including the trial start date, and he took over the high-profile cabinet room in Moscow. Under agreement to seal the evidence of the prosecution, the expert is lifted, filed, and discoveries and scrutiny of the past. On Friday, Koberger's defense attorney filed a motion with the court to compel the prosecution to provide written summaries for the testimony of its expert witnesses. The case summary showed the filing also includes a request for court sanctions. Late next month, the defense must provide the state with its own group of experts for the trial scheduled to start. And here's what they'll probably have: too many experts. It's funny. It's not fun. I don't know. What do you think, Jeff? Koberger's accused after a manhunt that lasted 7 weeks. Detectives was expected to testify at the trial. Through an attorney, the Gonzalez and Kernodle families previously raised concern about the amount of information in the closely watched case that remains out of the public eye leading up to Koberger's trial. They cited the importance of keeping proceedings and filings open and available to ensure a fair trial. The case is surrounded by secrecy. Everything is sealed or redacted, the two families said in a shared statement released in September 2023. It is important to the victims' families. So that was we can more or less kind of put the pen in it, as they say. September 2023 was kind of when the gears stopped turning and there wasn't any, for some reason. Members of the Moscow Police Department were assisted in their sprawling homicide investigation by detectives from both the Idaho State Dorks and FBI. It is common practice. So, I was thinking about today, since I've had a little time off, I said, well, me, what is a me? What is really a me? And a twizzle me, whatever it be. This, if nothing else, Moscow PD has not only distanced themselves in many ways from every other agency. The ISP is, right buddied up there with them. Definitely from the FBI, distanced themselves and tried to slip this Apple warrant through. And so it seems, they also, you have to take into account, they distanced themselves from the EMTs that were there that night, day. And what Cyray, a cell tower data expert and former police officer in Arizona, is anticipated to be a witness at trial to challenge cell phone evidence that allegedly links Koberger to the area around the time. And he was behind the house at 12 times. If you guys don't remember, he connected to the Bluetooth. And his attorneys already had Ray testify at a pretrial hearing. Lay witnesses at trial are expected to include 2 roommates at the King Road home who went physically unharmed. So there, I heard that question asked, which is more or less why I wanted to get to the end of this article. So they are expected, and they are called lay witnesses, and I'm just going to leave that right there where it might lie. Homicides each sat for numerous interviews with police, according to the affidavit, and helped investigators establish the 4 victims' whereabouts during the night of their deaths, with one of them providing eyewitness details about a masked man with bushy eyebrows. Didn't have any color hair or nothing. We don't know what the color hair. That wouldn't be more important than that.
The lieutenant said, go up there about halfway and shoot that tank, because if it's loaded with some kind of real explosive, it'll kill the whole platoon when we get up on a railroad. So he said, fire a shot through that thing and see what happens. So I crawled up about halfway and fired a shot, and went through that tanker and just made about a foot hole through both sides. And while all this was happening, there was a church on the other side of the railroad that had a bell tower. And then there was a sniper in that bell tower. That guy was shooting out of that bell tower, and I hollered back, Lieutenant Brown, there's a sniper in that bell tower. Well, he had a man with a radio right beside him, and he picked up the phone, called back to them ships, and he fired one shot. And that bell tower went up in the air. It was white boards flying that went probably 50 feet high. And I tried to see that sniper was in there, but I never did see him. The lieutenant said,
I tried to see the sniper that was in there as the thing got blown apart. I love that story. One shot, and it took that bell tower out. And the boards go flying. It's like, I tried to see the sniper. Anyway, I did a report in 8th grade, and I was fortunate enough to interview my across the street neighbor. And he was an Air Force pilot, or Marines, whatever it was, U.S. Army. And he had some great stories about shooting people down. He never got shot down.
Man made a huge mistake when he said this.
Go Cowboys!
Because after the mascot heard this disrespect, he wasn't going to let that slide. He even decided to double down.
How about them Cowboys? How about them Cowboys?
But then Toro decided to forgive him. Resolving the situation like true men.
I tell you, this feed today is just crushing it. Alright. I guess we've already talked about this today. I thought I'd play since it's the thing.
Died. The 28-year-old was found around 3 a.m. near California and Monroe Streets. The investigation now becomes a homicide investigation, and the identity of the victim will be released by the Whitman County coroner at a later time. Police are asking anyone with surveillance cameras in the area to contact the Pullman Police Department.
I gotta use that as a short right there.
Pullman Police Department. To contact the Pullman Police Department.
So also,
anyone with surveillance cameras in the area to contact the Pullman Police Department.
I don't know why it's so funny. And there's a white car right there. That's the one that would pull the right behind the reporter that morning.
Contact the Pullman Police.
Oh, I love this case. I really do. You guys, you don't even know. Oh.
Fox 5 Morning News starts. Look over there. And it starts right now.
Did you get many spankings as a kid?
As a kid, no. No, wait.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
10 people died in the Bronx last night due to a fire that killed 10 people in the Bronx last night during a fire.
Fire officials say all 10 people died due to the fire, which was too hot for their bodies.
Is that Bill Murray over there? Yeah, that's Bill Murray. We'll be back.
You'd be right to be skeptical. Thousands of traditional skateboarders.
Let's go back to the hose.
Oh, that sounded terrible. Back to the hoses. Goodness gracious.
I read today about a 10-year-old girl with Down syndrome who was taken from her mother and put in a cage. I read about did you say want to a 10-year-old with Down syndrome
What
being
I
taken
said
from
is
her
you can
mother?
pick anything you want out, but the bottom line is very clear.
How dare you?
When you
How
cross
absolutely
the border
dare you,
illegally,
sir?
How dare you? That's what I'd be saying if I was Koberger. How dare you? Alright, let's keep going. Such a fun. This is a blast right here. I love this. Check this out.
2, 1.
Yeah. Oh man. Can you imagine how excited their wives were with that whole track set up? Trigger warning. So it looks like the Warthog made it. He doesn't know what was a motto. No, that was all the guys know that was Hot Wheels. That was a Hot Wheels track. So it's probably some 1960s vehicle flying around the track there. Alright, close this out. This one's just epic. I love this guy. I think it says something about how he has no remorse or whatever.
I know that Japanese sniper was waiting for me again. About 10 minutes after, we're sitting there shooting the breeze, just talking. Pew! He fell back. He got shot in the forehead. It went through his helmet. His helmet flew off and landed down by my feet. We were stunned. Not that he got killed, but I was just up there. He knew I was going to go back up there. He knew that. And I looked at that, and I looked down in that helmet, and there was a beautiful girl sitting in a chair, and on her lap was a beautiful baby. When I saw that, I lost it. Sad. I just lost it. I got up and threw everything off, and I cursed Iwo Jima. I cursed the Marine Corps. And the worst thing I did is I cursed God because he let that kid take my place. I didn't understand. I know that
See what I did there? That'll bring a tear to your eye right there. They call it the greatest generation, right? And they're slowly dying off. I had, when I lived in the old age home there, we had a guy, and he was up there, but he still got around, and he must have been the captain of one of the boats that he served on, and man, he was up every day just getting after it. But one by one, they're slowly fading out. So there's a lot of stories that aren't being told. It's sad. This is so much money. They didn't. I don't know if they were planning for this. So this is Newport, California, right here, and they had some type of large swell and brought in like a tsunami type tide, and pretty much trashed about $1 billion worth of boats. So, get the world's smallest violin. I have a buddy who lives in Santa Cruz, Newport, whatever, and I guess it still remains as nice a town as it could be. There's just so much crime. I keep saying, no, there's no way San Diego's like that now. But East San Diego, I guess, is lost. And I hear, from what I see in the documentaries about crime and stuff, Newport's having its share of problems with people trying to break into houses and that type of thing.
510 Whiskey declaring an emergency. I need to make a landing on 31 left. 510 Whiskey declaring an emergency. There's smoke in the cabin. I need to make a landing right now on 31 left.
November 510 Whiskey, roger. You can teardrop back. You can enter.
I need to make a landing opposite direction. Can I make a landing opposite direction? I'm losing all engine power.
Delta 1629, can you exit at Kilo Echo? Can you make that left turn or right turn?
Kilo Golf, we can. Delta 1629.
Delta 1629, just exit the runway. Exit the runway. I got traffic teardropping back. Please just turn right off the runway.
Roger.
Get off the runway right now.
Yeah, we can't do that, but
Delta 1629, I need you to just get off the runway as fast as possible.
Roger that.
Or can I do the opposite direction on 22 left? I need to land the plane.
And November 510 Whiskey, roger. Speedbird 116, heavy turn left on Foxtrot Bravo.
Left Foxtrot Bravo, left and Foxtrot Bravo, Speedbird 116, roger.
November, Delta 1629, turn right here. Speedbird 116, just make the left, please. Left on Foxtrot Bravo, no delay.
We are expediting.
There's a plane. Okay, I can land and I can hold short of the plane that's ahead of me.
He's exiting, okay? He's exiting at Foxtrot Bravo.
Okay, you see where I am?
Yep, I got you out the window.
Okay, I'm going to be okay. I'm totally fine.
Speedbird 116.
Totally fine. Who's he trying to convince?
On Echo and hold short of future right.
That's a landing that'll make your toes curl right there.
Oh no, that guy. Oh my gosh. Look at the next one. Oh my god. Holy shit. Someone's on it. Look at all the stays that channel Biley. Oh fuck my god.
It's because it's breaking.
No. Oh! Oh, he's so lucky.
Oh man, look at the inside. Oh man, I don't show, but that a giant swell hit just in time for the Eddie Cow surf competition over there in Hawaii, and I think it's much bigger than in previous years. Pretty big.
I always love swimming in the springs in Florida, but you gotta be careful because you never know what's lurking underneath you. Don't think I can't see you there, buddy. Check out this baby swamp puppy tail that I found along the river. This is honestly probably one of the craziest finds I've ever had while paddling. R.I.P. little dude. Check out this munching sweet potato eating this plant. Did you know that manatees can eat about 100 to 150 pounds of vegetation every single day? Take a look at this swamp puppy checking me out. He swam right on over to get a better look at me. Yeah, that's right, bud. Keep on moving. Look at these adorable river otters. Did you know that otters are considered to be an indicator species? That just means that the more otters you see in an ecosystem, the healthier it is. This is one of the most adorable things to see while I'm out paddling. This is a baby manatee nursing with its mother. Newborns will actually spend the first 1 to 2 years with the mother nursing, and they produce milk under the armpit, which is what you see here. Now this is a big swamp puppy just cruising under the water. I think it's so awesome getting to watch them swim like this, using their massive tail to propel themselves. Check out this non-venomous brown water snake. These guys are native to the Central Florida area, and he's giving me a sniff. In case you didn't know, snakes flick their tongue to observe their surroundings. I always love swimming in the springs in Florida.
I don't know why around here I can't find them anymore. They used to be everywhere. But I love those river otters.
Checking me out. He swam right on over
to... And you notice this beautiful clear water, which in most lakes you don't have. But this is... I don't know what spring he filmed this at, but like just north of us we have Crystal River Springs, and it's 63 to 65 degrees year round in the water, and there's Homosassa right there, and there's a river that goes through it, and so you can canoe or tube down the river, and you'll hear on the side of the river, and that's the bull gators. So there are plenty of gators. It's not a problem, believe it or not. Stay in your canoe if you feel comfortable enough to get into a tube and do it. Go for it. That's not my thing. I took my dog there one year because it's so hot here, and I'm like, all right, let's take Aki up to the springs to cool off. And okay, hold on, Jen. And I gotta watch it. I keep getting copyright strikes with you, Jen. Darn it. Anyway, so not strikes anyway, but I almost got one on my bike ride live when I filmed the X-Files for half an hour. Everybody's like, all right, well, we'll try something. I didn't realize that I'd gotten cut out. They didn't strike me. I stopped just in time. Real close one. But yeah, so there they are. That's alligators. I don't know what I was talking about. Okay. There's no audio on this, but it's just so tight. So that's, I mean, there's your PSY or whatever, your special ops. Just watch this. Boom. And then the, what do they call those, clippers or a Chinook helicopter. That is like so badass. I totally like that game. If anybody remembers the game Spy Hunter when we were kids. Anyway, so I'll lose my place if I don't. So look at this kid. Did you get that on video? Oh man, that was right at his hat. They were looking to call paramedics right there. Is he okay? Kid's showing off. You know he's like inches away from wiping out. It seems. I don't know. It looked like you're flying though. And so yeah, this foil thing, that's the new thing for me. That's where I'm at. Alright. Let's see, why am I here? Oh yeah, I was looking at bike shop. I broke the crank. I think I have to get a new crank for my bike. If you remember, the bike pedal fell off. I was on a bike ride the other night. No, it's if you do shorts, they don't get you. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's okay. I don't know if it's you actually. I like to blame somebody for everything. So where was I? What before Jenn rudely interrupted me? No, just kidding. What happened with Tip? Wow. Yeah. Okay. So when I was talking about Crystal River and the alligators. When we went up there, I don't know that it was a law that you couldn't touch the manatees, but they kind of swam up to you, and you just would put your hand on their little algae back, and it feels like elephant skin. It's just weird. And then the one, I think I petted him too much. He kicked away, and like the tail is like getting kicked by a horse. I can attest to that. All right, so new police cars will be hitting the streets soon. Ford is celebrating its 75th year in serving law enforcement with the release of the new 2025 Ford Expedition SSV. Designed to support law enforcement, fire departments, and other government agencies. In 2025, Expedition joins a broad lineup of police cars and special service vehicles stretching all the way back to 1950, beginning with the police package, which applied to Ford Custom, which then gains the iconic flathead V8 in 51. And there it is. And so there's no word on if there's an electronic vehicle without sirens available in Moscow or not. But that is what's happening. There it is. That's what you'll be seeing on the road. The new Fords. It doesn't seem logical in places, especially Seattle or Florida, to have an electric vehicle that is going to catch on fire constantly. I like how Chevy gets the ad in there. So what was it? A connectively and situational awareness are the key to any department, and a standard 24-inch panoramic display replaces the traditional gauge cluster, placing vital information at eye level. You can see there. I don't know that they'll add, like you see most police officers will have a little stand, and they'll have the laptop on there. So I don't know if this looks just like a Thomas guide or whatever, a Garmin or something to me. And then it's got this instrument panel. If you've seen the commercials for the new Hyundai Genesis deal, they have the entire dashboard is an LCD panel. Here. This whole thing. And it's amazing looking. And so I was a suspect that this would be that. But it looks like they just have that. Now, what is this? I'm going to save you the Kane stories. A dark car 3 feature also allows police departments to shut off all interior lighting for the privacy of the SUV's occupants. A police accessory independent time release output system helps prevent unauthorized access to cargo. Unless it's money that they've taken from you and you're innocent, then they're going to keep it. Because that goes to support law enforcement. Typically unique and I say hello to Carlos. Thank you for being here. We are committed to designing products that are durable, safe, purpose-built for law enforcement, upfit friendly, and deliver the performance our customers expect from built tough Ford vehicles. That's what we call our police brand DNA. I gotta get Audrey back on the show. Oh, good night. For 75 years, blah, blah, blah. So there you go. What else do we have today? What is this even doing here? I don't know.
Why was Napoleon always hiding?
Wait. They're gonna get me on the music. Hold on. So, why was Napoleon always hiding his hand? And so this is a quick little history of, they said maybe he had an ugly hand, blah, blah, blah. It's been a tradition, and I'd love to play it with the audio for you. But it turns out he had stomach cancer, and so he had a stomach ache all the time as proposed. And you'll see all these other people, it became a tradition with the hidden hand, ironically, and it dates back to 330 BC with Aeschines, and it was a sign of, if you know that song that we played, keep your left hand free. Well, this is the root of that phrase, because it was considered polite when making a speech or a point to keep your right hand bound. It was a sign of intelligence and wisdom. So it does go all the way back to at least the Greeks there, Romans, whatever, and then it became sort of a sign of Masonic nobility. So yeah, they up until this picture was painted, he didn't actually pose for the picture. This is the Emperor Napoleon in his study at the Tuileries. He didn't pose for this, but it is one of his favorite and endeared him to his fans. It gave him a softer look than the evil Napoleon. And he wasn't actually that short. He was only 5'7", my height. So at that time, I would assume that's very tall. Maybe he was 5'5", something like that. Anyway. I was supposed to play guitar over these. Sorry, that happened. But this is worth just watching, because this guy's a freaking idiot. What the? He almost killed the dude in that center console, though. And I tell you, you can't write it. They look like they're having the best time, and then he's like almost throws her out of the car or whatever it is, and then just dead on. There was somebody in the back of that boat. Look at this. There was somebody that really, I don't know. It goes terribly wrong on a first date. There's an impression. Hey, remember that first date? Look at that. Okay, right there. Look. Yeah, you see like some... Is it an old lady in the back of the room now? And just then she turns and kapow! Wow. I mean, I guess footage like that is out there. Sorry. Like with the parade thing in Minnesota or whatever. Wow. That can have ended well for that person. I'm sorry. Man, I watched it as that guy's a dork. So let's see if I can get away with playing this one just real quick for a minute for Twiz. This is what he was trying to get Dink to play in earlier.
Truly shoot and kill CEO of United Healthcare Brian Thompson in cold blood.
A premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack.
This is one of the most interesting assassinations in recent history, in my opinion, mostly due to the public reaction. There was an immediate outpouring of support and condemnation from both sides, seeming to cross party lines entirely, but garnering an uncharacteristic amount of support from both the right and the left. But my expertise is not in social sciences. My expertise is in the firearm space. And in this particular case, there was so much bad information spread not only by individuals on the internet, but also mainstream media sources and even law enforcement agencies like the NYPD. I was sitting there gritting my teeth listening to so-called experts weigh in on the firearm that was used and some of the details in the video, meanwhile getting it all flamboyantly fucking wrong. So that is the purpose of the video that we are making here today. We're going to attempt to shed some light on what actually happened and dispelling some of the incorrect theories that gained a lot of traction, largely thanks to our friends at the mainstream media. So let's start with one of the biggest lies that gained a lot of footing very early on. The weapon used. So if you ask a fucking moron, they'll tell you that the weapon used by the assassin was the B&T Station 6, or some variant thereof. This is a single-shot, integrally suppressed pistol, this one in particular being chambered in .45, and it makes sense why someone would choose this as, you know, the stereotypical assassin gun. It looks cool, it looks sexy, and anyone who knows anything about firearms knew immediately that this is not what was used. That didn't stop the news media from going on and on about how this was absolutely the gun.
That looks like the B&T VP9.
Fuck, the NYPD was saying that this was the gun. Well, let's show you how this gun works and why it's clearly not the gun. So being a single shot, the way this gun functions is you have this knob here at the rear. This gun is currently in the locked and ready to fire position. To chamber a round, you unscrew this a quarter turn, which unlocks the locking lugs, which allows the bolt to come back, and you can load a round into the chamber and then do a quarter turn back to the right, relocking it in place. You have a magazine here from which the gun feeds, load that up, and then every single round, you have to reset it like that. Based on the actual movements of Luigi Mangione, you could tell he was running a slide. He was not rotating, pulling back, pushing back forward, and rotating again. It's just that
I'm not exactly a fan of guns. I always say I take guitars over guns. But that is a sexy gun. That is very... He's right. That's a sexy gun. Anyway, I'll take his word for it. He's an expert. All right. Got that one already. Let's see here. And there we go. So that's happened. And I know everybody's been over and over and over this. Did I? Oh, I already played that. Okay. Did I play it? I don't even remember now. Yep, played that. Okay, so now we're gonna focus on my girls. Let's get to them. Hopefully, I told Jenn to have these videos on my desk by 5, so she better bite it. She's in big trouble. Let's see here. We got her. Okay. We're going to play our first one quick, and then let's see where Heather's at. Which one is this? Which one is it? One day ago. Yeah, that was the one. Okay, so if you guys haven't seen this, check it out real quick.
Have you ever heard of the MVAC system? It's a revolutionary tool in DNA collection. It operates like a wet vac.
The place to employ the MVAC most dramatically is in samples that aren't conducive to swabbing. Swabbing is the gold standard, if you will, of collection of DNA evidence. We would use an MVAC in cases where swabbing just doesn't pick up the type of material that we're looking for. Surfaces that are porous, that are fabric-oriented, and even to other type of porous surfaces such as rocks and bricks. Places where the skin cells, the DNA itself, can get stuck in the nooks and crannies of the material and need that higher technology system of collection are places where we would take that powerful MVAC tool and employ it for collection to pull it out and get it available for DNA processing rather than swabbing.
MPD was offered an MVAC by the president of the company who invented it. At the end of this video, you'll find out if MPD ever took him up on his offer. Pause to read.
Here, I'll read these things. I'm an Idaho born and raised. My parents are no one wants to see this quadruple murder go unsolved more than I do. If it would help, I would drive an MVAC system to Moscow today and offer it for free. In that context, so this has the ability to pull, as you'll see, DNA off of different types of surfaces. And check out where it goes. Alright, so this is the reaction, I guess. It says, hello everyone, my grieving father, I'm interested in one helpful bit you did offer. Have you reached out to MPD? Can I help you connect? And somewhere along the line, I guess Steve G here, project manager. I can't really. And so I've reached out and offered to help. If they call us, I'll be on my way. I'm sorry you feel I was attacking you and your family. I didn't see that post with him being accused of that, but he apologized for it. And I guess he had some insensitive things that were not misconstrued, I guess you would call it. And so this goes on here, and
the MVAC helps solving crime in several ways. One would be touch DNA. Oftentimes we'll have victims that are grabbed or touched and we can't see the touch DNA, and by using the MVAC we are able to extract that touch DNA so that hopefully we'll get the profile of the perpetrator or the suspect.
Well, Jen, I liked this video because it what happened? Oh, did I cut it up? What did he say? Is it important? Would you have to go back? Oh, I see. Hello, even though you think it's okay to publicly attack and accuse my grieving father, I'm interested in no one helpful bit you did offer. Yeah, I played them all. I didn't skip nothing. I like how after she accuses him of attacking her, my messages are open. Anyway, yeah, I played that. So what I really liked about this article is the fact that MPD doesn't need anybody's help. They've distanced themselves in every single possible way along the timeline. And so you have now the FBI is distanced, and this guy couldn't get close, even though he's offering free help. They don't need your help. They don't need anybody. They know it. They have it on lock. They have it on lockdown. What would happen if you put this on Murphy? What would happen if you did this on the carpet or on the light switch or the walls? I don't know. It's a new technology.
Using the MVAC, we are able to extract that touch DNA so that hopefully we'll get the profile of the perpetrator or the suspect.
My career as a law enforcement officer, I've seen a number of different technological advances that have adjusted or changed the way we collect evidence. DNA has been such a huge advance for us in being able to solve crimes. And that's what's so nice about the MVAC system. The MVAC system is as important an advancement to DNA as DNA is to the forensic fields itself. The MVAC system allows us to find evidence, DNA evidence specifically, where we've never been able to get it before.
More and more jurors are being very critical of testimony evidence. They want to have that extra assurance, and DNA can provide that extra assurance. MVAC works very well with regards to where DNA gets under the fabric. MVAC is able to retrieve that.
We don't know necessarily whether maybe Pullman PD or or whatever ISP has one of these machines themselves, if that's what they use. I always picture them using something along these lines in a car. And so if they went top to bottom on that Elantra and found nothing with this thing, chances are the car wasn't used. I'm just saying, just saying.
That DNA. And so it becomes very valuable on certain pieces of evidence. This is simply a method of collection. We're not analyzing the material. We're not extracting it. We're simply trying to retrieve DNA evidence from places where we couldn't do it with a typical swabbing.
Without the MVAC tool in our toolbox, we certainly wouldn't have had the ability to obtain these DNA profiles that were pivotal to solving cases that have come through our lab. Because the samples that we're dealing with can be so small and still develop a DNA profile, this powerful tool that we're getting in the MVAC is a collection device that has allowed us to get past these kind of obsolete methods of collection and into something that gives us a more powerful.
Now this is where I found it a little conflicting as far as what they're talking about, because they do say that the old swabbing way is obsolete here, and then the same guy, I believe, says that swabbing is the gold standard. So let me see if I'm confused on that. He's going to say it right here.
The tool that we can use to employ on certain evidence types.
Agencies and crime labs need to have their own system and have it available for when these cases come in. They're time sensitive. They'll be able to move them forward.
So, do you think this device could have helped find more DNA at the King Road crime scene? I would think so. Do you think MPD took the opportunity to use one? Pause to read.
Here we have the return reply later. Jared, I'm curious, did MPD ever get back to you? That was very nice of you to offer them help. I hope they took you up on your offer. No, ma'am, but my understanding is they don't need it. So, did they get back to you or not? He came to an understanding on his own, or he was replied to, one or the other. Here's his avatar. He looks like a legit guy. I don't know. But they don't need it. What if they'd used that on the jacket they found? What if they'd used that in any number of places? And they didn't need it because they canvassed the area for cameras, didn't they? And so I think she's got music coming up here. I gotta watch it. Well, let me get the audio down. My bad. There we go. Alright, another great find by one of my ladies there. And let's see here, Jen, did you get your homework done today? Did you get a short up for me or anything? This one just keeps bugging me. I don't know if anybody else feels the same. I guess this was posted right before the I think there's music with it, whatever. Right before it. It just paints such an interesting picture of the roommate there, and with what she's saying.
But again,
it's that clipped TikTok thing. So when you have anger and you have jealousy or whatever this is indicating, it's a far cry. It's a far cry from the happy TikToks where they were imitating each other and all the other stuff, posted in an ironic time. Those two things you can state So when you have anger and you have jealousy and you have this publicly broadcasted on a social media platform, then you have what would be considered in law enforcement motive. Whether you're a sole actor or working as part of a team. All right, let's see what the others go. We're gonna watch a good settle in. Grab your cocoa. And let's watch some Heather.
The timing, what's the relevance to this this scope that was requested? You know,
what's the relevance?
Yeah,
we're not relying on any of this. What's the relevance?
Yeah,
we're not relying on any of this.
I know. I don't like your what do you think they think is relevant?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, so what is the relevance? But aside with the timing, okay, and the scope.
Judge, I'm not going to give you the specific date right now in open court on one of the subpoenas, but they used a subpoena to get one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case. And they know that.
Okay.
And they are going to use that.
That's something that I don't know about.
Well, I mean, you probably you do.
Let's let that sink in for a moment. Now, the points that the defense make instantly drew disagreement from the judge, not the prosecution necessarily, but right from JJ's mouth. As soon as she said, it's shot down. Alright? And just to give us a little break here, I think there was a new one. I don't know what her name is anymore. Just to give us a little levity. There's another nothing half-assed. It's a dude or something like that. And so she changed her name to something. But she's still there, available. And let's just take a look here. And she's got some great videos that she's been putting out too. I wanted to get to this one.
Hey y'all, it's your girl, Fancy Grace. I just came on here. I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Festivus for the rest of us. You know, Nancy, she's been busy with the twins, but I want to take this chance to say, from me to you, I'll be seeing you soon. Don't worry, as soon as Coburger starts back up, I'll be back with all my freaking videos. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, and stay away from those damn fake-ass drones. I love you, Fancy Grace.
She's getting so good at those. I'm waiting for Saturday Night Live to call her up. They just keep getting better.
Good evening. It's Fancy Grace. I've got someone who's been undercover, being a source for me for a little while now. I sent her to find out if I could talk to some of those frat boys. Let's hear from Laverne. Fancy, it's me, Laverne. I've been over here following around these kids for a month now. I mean, I followed this Cobra Kai everywhere. I've been doing all the karate. And I'm not seeing anything out of sort.
Let me tell you something real quick. And I've had my social experiment going on again and see what's on mainstream media and watching Tim Allen reruns. And one of the shows that you can actually tolerate on regular TV is 2.5 Men. And on 2.5 Men, they talk about... Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was on Modern Family. And they have to deliver a pizza to a fraternity. And the fraternity is all a bunch of crazies that always mess with them and try to get the pizza for free and send pledges to drive in front of the car. And try to slow down so they get to over 30 minutes. And they don't say Sigma Chi, but they say those Sigmas. And then also, the only reason I bring it up is appeared in another one where they toilet papered Tim's house. They did something and just talking about, those Sigmas. So it's literally a thing. It's Sigma Chi, whatever it may be, has that overall national reputation of being...
Laverne, it's Sigma Chi, honey. Sigma Chi. Not Cobra Kai. What? It's not Cobra Kai. Why, I got this mohawk. Sigma Chi? Oh, crikey. What? Alright. I can try again, but it'd be a lot easier if you blokes would just come and talk to Fancy, because she's nice and she won't be rude to you. She's really sorry about what happened to your friends. We just want to help most people. Some people are nuts, but there are always some people that are nuts. Everywhere. It's alright. Y'all can't help it that you're just handsome and you got parents with wealth and power. I don't hate you for it. It's okay. If you need our help, I got a cutie kitty. We'll come and Fancy. She can fly that Black Hawk helicopter. She gets you out real quick, glasses. All right, boys. Apologies for these morons. You take care. Get to cracking on the books. Stop all this karate.
All right, I want to take one more detour after this. Let's get through this a little further.
It's in the probable cause affidavit.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Jennings.
What I can tell you is that for the majority of the stuff, we did state search warrants, and we've received many of these records that way.
Okay, thank you. All right, enough with that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
What's happening? The court would look at Brian's rights here to a fair trial and balance that against the state's request to close the hearing. And we would want the court to consider that this isn't the state trying to protect Brian's interests at all. He has the right to the public hearing. This is the state trying to protect what the state's doing. And the court should look back through the history of this case. This is our fourth and fifth motion to compel. Motions to compel 1, 2, and 3 were public. They were right out in the open with the public. The specific discovery requests were also sealed. So this has been a pattern to do things in the public. And now this one needs to be sealed. The court has to ask itself why. And the court should ask itself, what is the state trying to hide here? The things that we're seeking in these motions to compel are things that are outlined in the probable cause affidavit that has been public for a year and a half now, that has been offered to be shared far and wide. We're looking for things like videos that the state said they collected so that we don't look at things in a little vacuum. The state tells you not to take it out of context, but that's what they're doing. When they want us to do this in private and not let the state know about the full scope of the videos that are out there that they haven't given us, that is the state keeping things in a vacuum to control the public narrative. And that violates Mr. Kohberger's rights. That's what we want to prevent. This needs to be out in the open. Your Honor, I'll give you a couple of examples. The state filed last June its motion.
I didn't mean to stop right before that, but you can almost see, the moment when somebody dies inside on JJJ's face right there. Watch.
In a vacuum to control the public narrative. And that violates Mr. Kohberger's rights. That's what we want to prevent. This needs to be out in the open. Your Honor, I'll give you a couple of examples.
Right there. He's just like, this is too much for me, man.
The state filed last June its motion for protective order of the IGG materials. That motion was filed in public. It's on the public record. People can print that and read that and do all day long. And that had information that was negative about Mr. Kohberger in it. So that's out there in the public. But that order was to protect information, the IGG information, that they say details how the state got to Brian in the first place. That's been sealed. That's fine. We respect that. But you have to question, why can we not talk about the things they're not giving us? Why can we not talk about the cell phone information, the tower information, the drive test information in a public arena? Why should Brian have to have his case, when he's asking for this information, be done in a little vacuum where the state says what the public can hear and what the public can't hear? Another example of this, Your Honor, is with the video tape that they've relied a lot on in their probable cause affidavit that we've received different parts of. Part of the hearing on the 14th is to talk about the different parts of that video that we've received and how we need the whole context. This is the video that they say places this car near the residence. We've received little tiny pieces of that. And we think Brian's right to a fair trial means the public needs to know that they've withheld the audio from a great portion of that, and that it starts a long time before the little clip that we've received. To do this in a vacuum, Judge, when documents are filed under seal, that's fine. Those are documents. But this hearing needs to be in the public eye.
Right there.
For the court to have time before the little clip that we've received and how we need the whole context. This is the video that they say places this car near the residence. We've received little tiny pieces of that. And we think Brian's right to a fair trial means the public needs to know that they've withheld the...
Oops, sorry. Let's find out where we were. Yeah. Oh, that was it. Ding, ding, ding. Sorry, guys. Anyway,
has been essentially convicted in the media. You don't have to read but a few articles to see how negative they are about him. He has a right to have this information withheld, brought out in public, so that people can see it's not this neat little package. So,
not us. We haven't been given it. We probably will never be given it. Why did they remove the audio though in the beginning? And here we go, another coincidence. Let's add up the coincidences in one hand and poop in the other and find out which one adds up first. All right, so I wanted to play. Oh yeah. Wait, was it this one? Oh no, wait, which one was? Who's coming? Was something? Oh, let me see what she's got going on. Okay, I didn't miss anything. Okay, it was. What was it again? No, I'll think of it. Oh yeah. Check this out. There we go. And so if you haven't checked this out, check it out.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'm a...
I don't know about the audio, damn it. Sorry.
Laying out exactly what was going on in this case. Essentially, he said that law enforcement had manufactured evidence against Brian Koberger because they knew that he was, in fact, the assailant. And he talked about the Aryan Night. He talked about the drug connections. He talked about Ann Taylor. He made a really good point, actually, if you think about it. He made a lot of really good points. And that's why I talked about him and brought him up, even though at that time I was leaning more towards Brian Koberger. Brian Koberger was innocent. You know, I've said this from the beginning that I'm not tied to any one verdict. Like, I'm not going to be upset, you know, if somebody proves that he's guilty. Like, I'll be able to accept that and handle it. I'm not going to lose my shit, you know. And then if it turns out that he's innocent, same thing, right? Like, it's literally not affecting my life one way or another, okay? And I'm okay with being wrong because, you know, that's what happens when you're a human being. You are wrong many, many times. And it's better off to just admit it and learn from it and then get better. Anyway, back to Pavarotti. He said Ann Taylor, you know, she got assigned to him very, very quickly. And, you know, we all thought it was odd. And he explained the connection, you know, that she represents certain types of defendants that are involved in crimes. And Aryan Knights or the Aryan Brotherhood is one of them. And so Brian Koberger, despite being offered pro bono attorneys, which we may not have heard of, but pretty sure he has, which Pavarotti makes a good point too, which means, you know, what defense attorney would not want to represent Brian Koberger? Because even in the slight chance that, you know, he can get him off of these crimes, just that little percentage is worth doing some free work on the case because you'll be, you know, incredibly famous and everything after, just like the Kardashians' father, and just like, of course, now I'm blanking on the attorneys' names, but they did become very famous and household names really after the O.J. Simpson trial. So, I mean, I think it's a fair point. But he says the reason Koberger wouldn't accept anything like that is because he can't, because the person who's representing him is there to make sure that he's keeping his mouth shut, right? So the reason I went back and watched that first video, I was trying to find the movie he said to watch. It made me laugh because I remember saying, I think this guy is trying to use neurolinguistic programming on us, and he's some type of federal agent or, you know, somebody like that who's come in to sort of sway our opinion about this case, right? And I'm starting to think I was right all along, actually. For a while there, I let go of that and I listened to his videos, and a lot of it, you know, was kind of hard to follow. But I understood the gist of it, and I was very skeptical of it, but I still watched because I couldn't disprove anything he said. You know, I just thought this is really fucking in depth over here. Like, you're going hard into this, right? But I still would tune in and watch certain things, whatever, right? So his latest video, though, I think that Pavarotti has come full circle. I think that he has just sort of just dropped this major bomb, and I don't know if people saw it or not. And again, I could be wrong. In my opinion, he just told us what he thinks, which is that Brian Koberger is guilty. So the reason I say that is because I'm watching the video, and he's plotting out the points on the long drive that they tracked Koberger's car going from after he left 11:22 allegedly left 1122 King Road, and going all the way back up to, through Johnson, Idaho, not Washington, which I knew he wanted to know if other people knew that. I knew that because I mapped that out a long time ago, and I saw that there were two, and that would be confusing for people. I understand that, but I did actually know that. So I had that little U-shaped thing. I understood that's where they got it. But anyway, he plotted along there all these connections to, the white supremacist group he's mentioning, and different drug connections that he's tied to, like Burroughs and Farley and Rhodes and Kopaka and all this sort of thing. So he goes through all that. And as he's going through it, he's explaining, well, I could see why law enforcement might think they have their perp. I could see why law enforcement might think that Brian Koberger had something to do with it, right? And I'm thinking, okay, that's cool, that's cool. And then, like, as I'm getting further into it, I'm like, this is really looking bad. The way he explains it, and you'd have to go and watch it for yourself. And you, again, could disagree, but the way he explains it, it really kind of lays it out like, wow, if Brian Koberger didn't do it, or at least wasn't there, right? There's an awful lot of coincidences going on here with the people along the routes and the route he took. I always thought the route he took was really odd, if that's his car, and I'm pretty sure it's been proven it's his car, right? So, not the one in the neighborhood, I get that, but I'm talking about the long drive home, right? So I'm looking at him like, that's pretty damning evidence, right? But, and he goes into Kopaka and things like that, but at the end of the day, I'm looking at all of it, I'm like, okay, yeah, like, I agree, I can see why they thought Brian Koberger may be involved. And then he drops the bomb at the very end. And he says, if I ever were able to ask Brian Koberger a question, I would ask him one question. Why did you go hiking in Johnson, Idaho that day? And then he shows on the screen an actually really awesome place that I now want to go because I don't have to go all the way to Greenland. Or is it Iceland? They have the hot springs. Anyway, these beautiful hot springs in that area because there's really nothing else out there. There's these beautiful hot springs out there. And he circled several times, clothing optional. And so, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious what he's trying to say at that point. I mean, to me, I'm like, okay, so I wonder if they searched that area for a knife or clothes. The implication to me is that on his way home, Brian Koberger stopped at the hot springs and cleaned himself off as well as his clothes and anything else that he might need to clean in the hot springs. Right? I mean, what other thing could he be implying with that? I don't know. You guys can tell me. But I think it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. And then I dropped a message in his video, just kind of like, busting on him a little because I think it's funny because he's funny, and I think, well, anyway, so I was, looking in my chat GPT again. You can have some great conversations over there. I use Poe actually, and then there's a bunch of other little miniature AI bots or whatever you can talk to. And I asked it what the federal grand jury indicted Brian Koberger on. Now, I don't know that there was an indictment. I just asked it that. I was trying to be slick with ChatGPT. It's kind of fun. But it answered me. It gave me an answer, and it told me that I think it was March 23rd, 2023, that they indicted him with possession and intent to sell. And I'm like, that's interesting. And then, of course, I grilled it some more, and it told me that it was for fentanyl that was found in his car. And there were 40 pills. Now, I only know fentanyl as a patch. So, maybe they come in pills now. I imagine they do, but regardless, it did bring back a memory of the things that were searched in Brian Koberger's car and the green leafy substance in a plastic bag, and then I believe it said a prescription. Now, if he had fentanyl pills and had a prescription for it, again, not sure pills is even a thing. I didn't look it up, but I guess it's easy enough to do. Regardless, if you had a prescription for it, you can't get in trouble for, having a prescription opioid in your car, right? So I don't know. And then of course I remember that being found in his car, but I was talking to my moderator and she said Leslie and she said that no, that was found in his home. But I don't know why. I thought that was found in his car along with the Glock in the glove box and stuff like that. But anyway, it doesn't really matter where it was found. And just so no one's head starts exploding, like I know ChatGPT is not always accurate. I've asked it questions and it definitely ChatGPT is really good at towing the party line. The propaganda. It's really good at it, but you can break it down. You just have to supply it with facts and continue and persist. And eventually it will admit to you and even apologize, when it's trying to toe some line that you just know is total bullshit. But anyway. And, it has popped out some really bizarre stuff. For example, I had asked a while ago what the federal charges were for, and it said computer hacking for Brian Koberger. Now, this was like 3 months ago when I did it, I think. And I couldn't find any source for that. And I tried finding a source for this federal charge, and I couldn't find any for that either. So this is just something that ChatGPT has somehow collected as it, searches the wide web for any information on Brian Koberger. So, where did it get this information? Well, I asked for where it got the information, and it just said, here are some articles, here are some newspapers. And I look at them, it doesn't say anything about that. And then I said, where can I find this? And then it points me to the Idaho Supreme Court, and then it tells me how to obtain, sealed records through a FOIA request. So I'm like, okay, so are you trying to tell me, ChatGPT, like on the sly, that this is a sealed record and this is how I can get it, but otherwise you can't confirm or deny? I mean, it was just a lot of fun. It was like a little game I was playing with ChatGPT. Kind of like the little game I feel like, or even more like the long game Pavarotti is playing with us. Although I wouldn't say I got played or anybody got played for that matter, but because like again, whether Brian's guilty or innocent, I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Um, it's more the mystery of this case that's kept me very interested, and then also justice for the victims, obviously. But the mystery is what I think has brought a lot of people in. Anyway, so Pavarotti started out saying he was guilty and everybody was bashing him. And we have to admit, most people who think Brian Koberger is guilty we don't listen to them. In fact, most people are settled in their ways, right? So back when I was sharing his opinions and stuff, people were telling me like, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. They're like bashing him, right? The minute he started saying that Brian Koberger was innocent, all of a sudden those same people were like loving Pavarotti and he's the best and everything, right? And I started to, I'm just going to be honest, sorry, Pav, not that I expect you to listen to this, but I started to like him just a tiny bit less. Not because his investigation was poor or anything, but because I just felt like there was something off and I couldn't put my finger on it. I mean, beside the fact that he's like very proud of himself, but you know what? Good for you. Like you should be proud of yourself. It's kind of cute actually. But no, really, I felt like there was something off. It was irritating me. And again, this is just my opinion. I could be wrong, but I think what was irritating me is he was using deception. I'm not calling him a liar, so don't get mad at me. What I mean by that is he was using certain tools to open people's minds to look at certain evidence. And, you know, I think people may not have even realized it, you know? And I didn't realize it, but I guess I felt like there's something off until I just saw this video and I'm like, holy shit. He really hasn't changed what he said from the very beginning. If you go back and listen, he's popped off, he's jumped off of the whole Koberger is guilty and showing you, you know, ways or why he thinks that. You know, now he just focuses on Koberger is innocent. But I swear I heard him say something like a co-conspirator in this last video. He's very, very talented at wordsmithing. Very talented at the art of persuasion. Genius, really. Genius. And, you know, I don't want to say deception because it's really just the art of persuasion, right? Some people are trained in the art of persuasion. People, you know, in the military and things like that, certain three-letter agencies, special forces. Some of those people are trained in that, right? And you could see it's very, very effective, you know. And so you have to just be aware of that because you don't want to, you know, get brainwashed.
So I've mildly paid attention to this whole topic, and there's certain people in the chat here who believe no matter what, and they've said it all along, Heather Fitzgerald, that no matter what, Pavarotti's going to circle around to Koberger being guilty. And what he's doing is, she makes a great point here, I've noticed, is to find details about Kopaka. And Kopaka always inserted into the narrative with him. So I thought this was a great live that she did. Congratulations to you. And let's get back to it.
So people can start to wonder if Brian's innocent. Your Honor, Brian is innocent. And he has an absolute Sixth Amendment right to have his hearings in public. We think if the court allows the state to shield the information and how they got their information and what they don't want us to have from the public, they're using his Sixth Amendment rights to hide behind. And that's just not what the court should allow. We strongly object to these kinds of things being closed. 2A is the video on King Street. Your Honor, we began asking for that a long time ago. We have it in full, so we don't have to talk about that. We received that full for all of the hours and days in question with both audio and video on 510. So we can mark 2A, item 219 off of our list.
219.
219.
And there, I've gone through pages and pages and pages. So I think I really appreciate you being very specific about, you know, what you have now and what you will still.
Okay. Good, because it's the only way I can keep track of it.
Yeah, well, same here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, item 2B in our fourth motion to compel is item 224. That's the Cass Biz law. And this one is rough. The court heard last week Detective Mowry say, I don't have any of those, except I found these other items that we'll give you now, which were not Mowry's Cass Biz laws. The hard part for us about this one, Judge, and I have to make a record, I think you can order them to double check, and I'm going to ask you to order them to double check, but the hard part of this for me, but on January 9th, we asked for these Cass Biz logs. And the response was, from the state, was Cass Biz does not produce logs. And that's just not true. It does. It's capable. It produces logs. You've heard that in the testimony. Then we filed our motion to compel and explained we have an expert. We know it produces logs. We're going to bring them. And the response was the working files were not saved. We received that response on April 23rd, 2024. And then on May 10th, we got a little bit more explanation about default settings were used and optional session files were not uploaded. This is really, really difficult because of the varying answers that we've received. The court's heard testimony from Mr. Ray about how important these logs are to know what was done. this is really challenging. We can't recreate what Detective Mallory, who testified before the grand jury, did, unless the court orders that we get the tower list he used and we have the CastViz program. And quite frankly, that's what we want. We need to see how this work was done. This is important work. I'll tell you the other thing that's really troubling and frustrating, aside from the other files that we received in preparation for motion to compel, is these screenshots that we got for the first time last week when we're on a motion to compel and have a witness before the court. We didn't have those screenshots that Detective Mallory had created before. The only thing we had was Exhibit 48 that was given to the grand jury, which is a video that was handed over then. So this is really problematic to be told these varying things and then have something else produced on the day of testimony. Your Honor, we are going to request that the court order that we have the tower list used by Detective Mallory and access to the CastViz program, so our expert, Mr. Cy Ray, can go through and see what Detective Mallory did.
All right, so something else I noticed in my social experiment here the last couple of weeks, watching the news of the things they mumble under their breath when they take down, and we'll talk about the Pullman police chief getting early retirement or whatever he's getting over there, but is that they tend to use a grand jury when indictments are imposed against law enforcement itself. And I don't know how many times we've said this, or even that I've really paid attention to it. I guess I really didn't notice it.
That it's imperative that we be allowed to do that. That's the only way to recreate what Detective Mallory did.
It seems to me he did acknowledge that he just went back and provided this a day or 2 days before he testified that he found this additional information. So I'm thinking that the state got that information and had.
Where is the AT&T call data records, the tower list? It really is not this difficult. The results from the drive time testing. Mallory could not make a single visualization for that grand jury. Not a single one. Without the information that would have been provided to law enforcement in response to search warrants served on AT&T.
Provided that to you. Now, we also heard a lot of the quotes missing pieces today, which I'm guessing that FBI, Mr. Valance and Detective Mallory are going to go back through that and see if there's something else. At this point, I'm assuming that some things may have fallen through the cracks.
I didn't know it was
I mean, it is very complicated. There was a lot going on. We have some time before trial. I just hope that everybody goes through their computers or their files or whatever they're going through so that it's complete. So, what I've been watching over the last 2 months is that there have been supplemental responses to the defense. So things were coming in. They were waiting for information to come in so that they could provide that to you. So that's why I don't want to go backwards either. I just want to make sure that we are addressing what you don't have and what actually you're entitled to. So that's the tower list. I mean, I don't know anything about tower lists, so I'm learning about that. I don't know that Detective Mowry addressed that. Really.
Anytime you see the potato pop up, you know there's problem. Let's take another little break here on that and check this out. This was pretty good. Sometimes I find that she'll make a point and kind of circle around on it a little bit, but she is very factual on the stuff she brings to the table, which I like. And so I don't know that she's been doing lives. I haven't seen a live in a hot minute. Of course, I've been out of it a month ago. It looks like her last live. And she did one on Sebastian Rogers. Not the one I'm trying to play. I think... Oh, what is this? Megyn Kelly, Brian Koberger theory reaction. I haven't seen this. Let's check it out real quick, just as a little pause. Get this going here.
The audacity. Like, it must be on sale, I swear. Hey guys, this is Jules with True Crime Reactions. Disclaimer. Everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. Okay, so I saw this post a few hours ago, and within 3 hours, it had almost 90,000 views. And I was like, holy crap. That's wild. Okay. Now, I don't really watch Megyn Kelly. I know that she's done a lot of interview type things with Howard Bloom before, and this is another one that she's doing. Now, I'm not quite positive if this is something brand new or if she's posting clips of stuff that she's done before. I am not aware of him having another one of his articles or anything like that, so I think this might be old. I'm not really quite sure, but I'm going to listen to this and react to it, because right now at 6 hours, it has almost 152,000 views. We're going to listen to this together and see what she has to state about Brian Koberger's motive. This is titled, Megyn Kelly Lays Out Her Theory for Brian Koberger's Motive in the Idaho Student Murders with Howard Bloom. Now, we are having some thunderstorms, so y'all might hear thunder in the background. Don't get scared.
I don't think Brian Koberger is going to take the stand. And so...
That's how they're starting it. That's how they're starting it. He's not going to take the stand. Yeah, he might not. I don't think he will. This looks old. Does it state anything down here at all?
Okay, we watched this on Dickies,
because Nancy Grace will do that. She'll post stuff from like months and months, a year ago, and it's like way down in the description that it states the actual date that it came out. I've had to like fix mistakes because people are like, oh my God, this is new information. And I'm like, no, it's a re-upload. It just says Megyn Kelly is joined by Howard Bloom, author of When the Night Comes Calling, to talk about her theory about the motive, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'm going to have to go back and see if I've seen this sweater.
Let me play the one that I was talking about 3 days ago, 4 days ago. I thought there was something. Yeah, there it is. This is earlier today.
I cannot believe it. A person called Black Cat Bonkers states, I believe Koberger is indeed the murderer of the 4 students. And just as strong as that belief is, the belief that the quadruple murder wasn't Koberger's only crime. 80 likes. Well, I'm going to thumbs down this comment because there's literally no proof that he's ever done anything else. Literally at all. This is a guy who got fired from working at a fish place because he didn't know how to work a knife. He literally got fired for not being able to use a knife to fillet fish, guys. Seriously, come on. Now, this person under this comment states, absolutely glad the truth about this vile scumbag is finally coming out. He's definitely the guy. Well, Kath Duncan 9618, tell me, please, how do you possibly think that? Because I'm telling you now. If you went anywhere today where you touched a pin pad by paying with a debit or credit card, where you had to touch an item that was anywhere public, like a door handle, like something on a shelf, you carried strangers' DNA home with you.
I just want to play a clip of that because it's so funny. She's literally going through all the comments, thumbs down. You know?
Unless I missed that.
Your Honor, I believe he testified last week that he used the tower list that was contained in the AT&T record that he received. You heard today that that doesn't exist. And you heard today that the tower list was something different that he used. And that tower list had once that was entered, there was a selection on the program to do tower density as well. With that.
Like I said, it's confusing.
It is. It definitely is.
We'll keep going on it.
Okay, thank you.
You want the tower list?
Yes, I think I'm getting there. But I definitely want that. I want the one that Mallory used to do his cast viz work back in May of last year. That's the one I really want right now, at least at this juncture in the documents right now. I do want to clear up, though, when we talk about what Detective Mallory found last week when he was preparing to testify, those are emails between him and Nick Balance. Those are JSON files from Nick Balance to Detective Mallory. None of those things that he found, other than screenshots like the exhibit that you have of his map with the different size towers depicted, other than those screenshots, the other things he had came from Nick Balance. Those were not his logs that he found. Those were not his towers that he found. Just to be sure that those are still missing to the extent they exist. And we can't recreate what he did without the list and the program.
Buddy Murphy.
Moving on. Do not have a police report for the other one that I want to talk about today. It's one that I received via email today that was written just within the last few days by you, probably. Do you know what report I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I want to understand is we're talking about documents or records or logs that can be created by a cast viz program. The report that you wrote that I received today, when did you learn about those documents that exist according to that report?
The session logs that I found were from yesterday.
Why did you come to find them yesterday?
I was preparing for this hearing.
Okay. And those are things that existed for quite some time, is that correct?
They did.
And when you wrote about your work with CastViz in May of 2023, did you document those items?
No.
Tell me what you found when you were preparing for the motion to compel today.
I found session logs that were sent to me from the FBI.
All right. And in those session logs, how many files were there?
I don't remember. I think there were 6 or 7 different items inside.
Did you look at the CastViz 48-hour file?
I don't remember if I did. It was on the reception.
Did you look at it yesterday in preparation for this hearing?
I attempted to.
All right. And how about the CastViz full log?
I attempted to yesterday.
I noticed in your report that there were several items that you listed. Were those from these CastViz logs that you attempted to look at yesterday?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to, you need to speak up a little bit. Purge is telling me to pick up a little bit. There were some files that were in the session logs, there were other files that were not.
Well, let's start with the 48-hour. What was contained in there?
There's over 48 hours that was the AT&T records, the original records, and there's a 48-hour session log. I don't know which one you're asking about.
Let's go with the session log. What was in there?
There appeared to be the AT&T records that possibly were inputted, as well as some JSON files that were probably produced by CastViz.
JSON files were produced by CastViz. Is that right?
I would assume that. I didn't create those files.
What date were they created?
I believe one was in December. The other was in April.
December of what year?
22.
And April of what year?
23.
Could you tell who created those?
I could not.
How did you get those?
I was provided those via email.
By who?
The balance of the FBI.
What did you do with those?
I gave them as soon as I realized they were in my possession. I had contacted the prosecutor and gave them.
And that would be just yesterday, is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do with them prior to that time?
They were sent to me. I put them in a folder and I didn't do anything else with them. That's why I forgot them.
Okay. And that was the 48-hour file?
The 48-hour session log, yes.
How about the full file? What was contained in there?
Similar items to the 48.
What is the full file?
I believe that was the second AT&T return that I got the warrant. I wasn't able to open it to verify it.
That brings up a question for clarification when you say second warrant return.
You see what she's doing? You see how she's pinpointed the specific things that she's asking questions she already knows the answer to. And she's put the brave detectives here on she's cornered them, and she's got that, and she has them on the stand as God as their witness, saying what they say, and it's all part of the plan to show that they don't know.
Are you talking about something that relates to Brian Koberger?
Yes, there was 2 warrants that were originally written. One that covered a 48-hour period for the cell phone number, and there was one that was later done for a longer period of time.
And those are what you're referring to as the warrants 1 and warrant 2?
Correct. Okay. 48 and one for the longer.
Let's break that up a little bit, and we'll get to the other one I wanted to play tonight for sure. It's making a lot of attention, whether you were a fraction lover or not. What was her name? Oh yeah. It's making a lot of attention. This particular one, what she did is cleaned it up with some kind of AI thing, and so I thought it was interesting. Just check it out.
I don't even know what to say. Don't know what to say. Okay, so yeah, I guess we'll wait until it's I guess we'll wait until it's done. Right now it's only at 13%. So, yeah.
Alright, this is the other one I wanted to play here real quick. Take a little break. And then I have a really, really good one for you at the end. Not that rollers aren't good, I'm just saying.
Yo, what's cracking, everyone? First of all, it's all alleged speculation. My theory, my personal opinion, and my findings is all for entertainment, and everybody mentioned here is all innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. So I'm gonna start off with this little investigation I did. Basically, I was at a park and I started getting this foul smell, and you know, the cops couldn't find the cause of it, and I ended up finding it after they left. I had another video, but it somehow got deleted. But trip out on like on the driver's side of the van by the like front wheel, there's a little puddle like by where the sliding door and the passenger door. That's all body fluids. All right, trip. Yo, everybody, what's up? So, guess what happened? I told you guys. Damn. I told them they gotta tow this motherfucker, you know what I mean? They can't open it. Oh, you hear the cops already choking? Oh, yeah. You hear them? See them? Yeah. They're choking on that shit. You guys gotta tow it. They gotta tow it. Don't open it. I told them they gotta tow the van. Like, they can't open it. Nothing. They can't, you know? I told some girl to call 911. She got all panicked out. She went home, told the parents. The parents came. Fucking dad of the girl touched the van. Yeah, I touched it. I'm like, what do you mean you touched it? Yeah, well, why would you touch it? I better tell the cops you touched it, you know? I don't know if they're going to be on there. I mean, who knows what happened to the victim in there? And so, yeah, well, I mean, I told him my name's Good Citizen. I mean, did an ID, you know, and roll up, I'll get up out this motherfucker, you know what I mean? So, skirt. So, y'all have a good one. My bad. Out. So, yeah, it was just a little something for the haters, I mean. But anyways, on trip on this. This is from Carol Willis. And basically, this is from early on in the investigation. When the white launcher came out and all that, this is footage from the gas station where it was allegedly they thought it was Brian Kohlberger, but actually looks like someone else. Doesn't look like more like this person. Trip. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's kind of a resemblance. You know what I'm saying? That. I mean, it's the picture's not that clear, but I'm sure there's better ones. But I mean, that's the best, you know, I'm working with. But I mean, you never know, especially since that car was last seen entering the neighborhood on Conestoga or whatever, you know, like the PCA says was last seen entering whatever that neighborhood. Like Payne said on the stand, I said it was last seen entering. They don't know where it exited through. But the thing is, where it did, that neighborhood where it did enter, Scott Perky owns a house right there. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, the documents, what it says. So, yeah, I mean, then you Google his address, Scott Perky's address. Trip on this. So look at the street. I mean, the name, Appaloosa. So, look at on the results. It gives on Google Maps now. It changes street. Now it says Colt on the map, right? But if you take a little, you know, a little stroll, whatever, little, I mean, saddle up your nag, and you know, and go down the way to the corner, and you know, try to fact check yourself, like at the street sign. It doesn't say Colt, like it says right on the map. It still says Appaloosa. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see that? So, what's going on right here, huh? Let me tell me. Let's report on this. This is Kaylee and them, and they were before the corner bar. They were at the Moose Lounge. They made a 911 call because somebody was harassing them, bothering them. That's the same person that got kicked out of the corner club. That's why Showalter had to walk him. Well, Jack D had to stay back and deal with it.
What do you think about all this time that has passed from the time of the crime to the fact that we have not been to trial yet?
I don't have a lot of comments on that. I would say that I feel like the legal system is not about the victims, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
What? The legal system is not about the victims, and I'll leave it at that.
Damn, she threw a mean ass rock to all y'all guilters, huh? God damn. Amen to that. Trip on this. This is law enforcement's desperate attempt to smear Cole Bryan and other unrelated incidents as far as to him, but could be related to the crime though. But but look at that opening right there on the fence. Basically, from my investigation, it seems like somebody went through there. You know what I mean? And probably he'll cut a corner to the left real fast, where there's a door downstairs from the girls that got awoken by the guy with a knife and a mask that she kicked and fell on his ass into the closet. Trip on this guy. And look at how he's holding his stomach, like it hurts.
Hello. Hi. I'm Sergeant Brashears of the Pullman Police Department. How are you today?
Good.
Do you live here?
Yeah.
You do? Are you the only one who lives here?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason I came by, the other night there was somebody who had gone upstairs to the neighbor's apartment, and we're kind of checking out to see what people know about that.
Okay.
Did you hear or see anything?
Yeah, I heard 2 years.
What's that?
I heard for 2 years.
You're here for 2 years? Okay.
No, never have problem, nothing. I work.
You work? Where do you work at?
Rancho Viejo.
At Rancho Viejo? Okay. Let me jot your name down real quick here. Do you know your neighbors?
So what?
Do you know your neighbors upstairs?
What?
Do you know who they are?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't speak English.
Are you friends with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, what do you think I am, a pendejo?
Saturday night?
No, I would.
What time did you get off work?
2 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yeah. No, I close 10:30.
Oh, you closed at 10:30?
My home, to shower, whatever, my friend, work.
Okay, so you got off work at 10:30.
Saturday is not here.
What's that?
I know her, but I go with my friend to the house. He live over there.
Okay, so did you guys go out to the bars here in Pullman?
Yeah.
Which bar did you guys go to?
This the new bar.
The lumber yard?
Yeah.
Okay, and how long did you stay there?
Maybe 2 o'clock.
2 a.m.
So
did
my friend give me a ride, go over there on the home. My friend is over there in the morning.
Oh, so you spent the night at your friend's house? Okay. What's your friend's name?
It's Miguel.
Miguel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you work with him?
Yeah, I work over there.
Okay, so I talked to Miguel, who you were supposedly with the night that the man came to your upstairs neighbors, and you told Sergeant Brashears that you were with Miguel all night at his house. And when I talked to Miguel, Miguel said that was not true.
Hey, you promised, eh? You're an Indian giver.
He said you guys went to the lumber yard and then walked here, and he left.
¿Cómo dijo? Shut your bitch ass up. Dijo que habló con Miguel y que me había dicho que no estaba. So I told him about where Miguel said he was not with him all the time.
At 3 a.m.
A las 3 de la mañana.
Yeah. So I was outside, my friend Miguel come in my house. This come in the bar. Mm-hmm. So Miguel, you know, have a ride for your house, you know. He's coming here. The bar is 2 o'clock in the morning.
What?
Mm-hmm. So coming here, Miguel vino y estuvo un rato conmigo. Venimos caminando de allá. Okay. Nos salimos a las 2 de la barra. ¿Cómo no va a estar aquí más de las 3? sea, yo creo le dio miedo, no sé, pero sí estuvo, no sé a qué horas realmente, pero sí estuvo aquí.
Okay. So he doesn't know exactly what time it was, but after the bar closed around 2 o'clock, that's when they walked over here, and he was around here around that time. That's what he said.
Okay. So why did you tell Sergeant Bashir that you stayed at Miguel's house?
¿Por qué le dijo al sargento Bashir que usted se quedó en la casa de Miguel?
No, es que no me entendió.
Okay. He said he didn't.
Sí, inglés.
He told him that he didn't speak English, and that he says that it's he didn't understand.
Okay, now that you watched all of that, I want to direct you to this section I read. Now, this 40-something Sergeant Bashir's with the Pullman Police Department. He wrote, later I checked Cruz's name. So that's, I was like, I don't think my opinion is using that excuse, but I'll just say, I noted that in May 2017, Cruz was suspected of entering a neighbor's residence and watching her sleep.
The fuck is he talking about? Certainly 5'3", isn't
Message.
The legal
5'3",
system
5'5".
is not about the victims, and I'll leave it at that.
Know what I'm saying? Amen to that. She's throwing rocks to all y'all guilters, huh? Yeah.
It's about appeasing the public and getting a W.
So, now I gotta sprinkle y'all, know what I'm saying? Just in case you guys don't know, there was a 911 call from the girls before they were at the corner club. It was at the Moose Lounge, and you could see it. I mean, it's on the files, on the MPD and log sheet, whatever. And it says person complaining, someone harassing the person's ex-boyfriend or whatever. I mean, that happened over there. I mean, it's not hard to put one and one together. It was obviously Jack, the private driver. Then they went to the corner club, and I guess a person showed up over there. And, I mean, you guys heard of saying kicked out, right? I mean, and you guys also see the screenshot where, I mean, Showalter, Jack the Core, Adam, they're inside, Like, obviously, it was another of them that got kicked out, It was the same person that was harassing the ex-boyfriend, I guess, over Kaylee. There's the ones that got kicked out, and basically when they were leaving, I guess, somebody had called the cops again or something, and that's why Jack stood back, handling that, and Showalter walked with the girls, So, for
Trip out on this. There's a movie that just came out that's one of the, you guys might have heard of it, top 10 movies or whatever I'd like to check out. It's called Civil War, and it's a very unlikely union between Texas and California deciding to secede from the Union, and I think most of the movie's about a trek to get to Washington, D.C. before a leader is assassinated. It has sort of a, what was that movie about LA, the Battleground LA or Battle LA? It has that sort of action movie kind of feel. Looks good though. Let me let Rolo finish up.
People spreading rumors about that. That's kind of really what happened. And that's why, Jack D got to the grub truck. And that's why Kaylee was all on her phone, trying to see what's up. Because, and even Joe Vito says, like, yeah, when the driver got there, the guy got off and he's like, hey, hurry up, Like, he knew who he was. He was going to say it, but, I mean, he couldn't. I mean, but it's not hard, to put one and one together. I mean, he obviously, he just wanted to take off quick, so, yeah, they just Showalter, maybe they picked him up. I don't know. We don't know what happened after that. But I mean, I think that obviously he dropped him off over there or something, and somebody saw or they saw something was going on. And I think they were trying to I think the calls from the girls' phones to him I think it wasn't even the girl. I think it was Nolivers trying to pinpoint his location, probably. Oh, and another thing is why would Brian register his car to Washington state plates if he had supposedly got fired from his job? Makes no sense, you know. He could have just went back home, and you know what I mean. He obviously didn't. He obviously did it because he had a reason to go back to. You know what I mean. So, anyways, you guys have happy holidays.
Damn, pretty good one. Well, thank you. All right, and let's see the other one. Okay, I can't. I'm not gonna sit here and search for the clips of it, but there's another bothersome, alarming trend I've noticed with law enforcement agencies in recent weeks, and I didn't really pick up on it at first. But with all the stuff that's been happening, I found it over and over. And you know how on a suit, the Republicans or whatever will wear an American flag pin, and this is a trend. You know, once one guy does it, then everybody. Now they have the law enforcement agencies giving these speeches, and I don't know if this is upper brass and they're identifying themselves as the top leaders of these alphabet agencies, but what I'm seeing is now you have more or less a logo for each agency, and I think it was the DEA had it was a red one, and if it doesn't look like a hammer and sickle to you. Let me see if... anyway, I've just noticed each one, and it has a very fascist feel to it. Because you have to remember that even though we're here fighting the good fight and all the battles, there's still... Okay, so there's 350 million, maybe 400 million United Statesers, and I would go with a fact like 300 or 250 million of them marched right behind the prosecution and the police in any case. And we're the vocal majority. We're the people that throw oil on people kind of stuff, I guess, in their opinion, you know, in the outlook of conspiracy theorists. You watch too much YouTube. So it's an interesting fact to keep in mind. Anyway, it's an odd trend, and I do pick up on the trends. And I heard Lana today, I don't know what day it was from, and she was watching that chick that Rolo played in his video. I don't know what her name is. I've seen her...
Cruise's name, so that's
whatever her name is. Plunder the Crime. She's changed her name, whatever it is. And she's like, she puts in the work, and I respect her for that. So Lana has a problem, and let's see any pots, giving kudos to anyone. And what we do here, and what, you know, like with Jules and Toes, and I want to play Casper here in a minute. Toes, you got something for me to play? I haven't looked yet, I'm sorry. It's just as much work. It's not, it doesn't come, thumbnails don't come easy. And putting an entertaining show together, which I feel like we do here at the Purge for sure, from beginning to end, is in itself something that deserves credit. So I'll pat myself on the back, Lana. Thank you very much. So anyway, Tony agrees. And let's take a look real quick back at Heather. Let's get back to Heatherland.
In the report that I just received today, there was reference to a Loked Bar file. What's that?
It's a file that I received from Agent Balance.
When did you receive that?
Honestly, the modification for that email, I honestly don't remember. Unfortunately, it was yesterday and I didn't throw this stuff together, so.
Okay. So that was one that you just found yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Did you open that?
I don't recall opening it. If I did, I don't recall doing it.
How about the CDR-S.XLSX file? Would that, and CDR, what does that stand for?
All detail records?
Did you open that?
I don't remember if I did not.
Did you open it yesterday?
I don't remember. I was looking for it. Once I found them, I was trying to figure out how they came into my presence or in my possession. That's where I started to focus.
Okay. How about the export.kmz file? When did you find that file?
I found that one yesterday.
Do you know when that came into your possession?
It was some time ago.
Did you open that?
I believe I did on my laptop.
What did that show you?
It showed me different locations and so forth on a map.
I think, this is what he said. He literally said, I think I did on my laptop. Okay, so you're an idiot and you mansplain. I'm just saying, right? I mean, I don't think he's an idiot. I think has selective smartness.
I did on my laptop.
Well, what did that show you?
It showed me different locations.
Okay, maybe I'm an idiot. I think he said, I think I did on my laptop.
Those three files that we just talked about, along with the CastViz 48 and the CastViz full, are those copied so that I can have those now?
Yes.
And you referred to emails. How many emails did you find when you were preparing for this hearing?
I think there was 5.
Are those included for me to have now as well?
Yes.
Thank you. In the report that I received today, there was a reference to drawings.json file. What's that?
It was a JSON file that was inside the CastViz session notes.
What does that depict?
It's just data that CastViz would use, I'm guessing, to replot something on the map to actually show locations or other things.
Did you do anything with that file when you found it yesterday?
I did open that file, yes.
Okay. What did that show you when you opened it?
There were references to 2 locations inside.
When you open it, does it just say here's 2 references, or what does it show you when you open it?
It's different code, but there is some plain language or plain English, plain text inside of that code that show 2 addresses.
Did you use that file? Well, let me ask this first. That file that contains code, do you use that with the CastViz program?
I attempted to load the session file in its entirety and received errors, so I was not able to. That's why I went into the JSON file to see if there was something I could see reference.
Is that file usable?
I'm sure it is somewhat.
What is the restriction for you?
What?
I don't know.
Sure it is somebody.
I don't know what to do with that file outside of.
That's the evidence, we're president. Thank you very much. It's a closed case, everybody. Go home. Oh. Listen, about Walmart being open 24 hours. When COVID and all, they had a Walmart in Pasco County. I lived there briefly on the river of Newport Richey and Newport Ranchi. And in Port Richey. And it was nice area. But when you went to the store, you remembered where you are very quickly. And so there was a Walmart just north of us. And, obviously that's where you're going to go and whatever. And so it went from 24 hours to being open till 11. And what I found was, and they were always on that show, Real PD or whatever it was, and Cops. That particular Walmart would have, they'd follow some crackhead or whatever that stole tampons and this type of thing. So you need tampons, man, come on. Anyway, it was her like her 50th arrest for shoplifting, so she was supposed to get life for stealing a tampon. Anyway, that they started staying open until 10 or 9. They kept lowering it because what had happened during the day is you'd have all EBT, and then at night it was all shoplifting. So they had to cut the hours. Anyway, okay, so
the cast is, I tried to pull it in as a combined session log, which is what I was trained to do. So I didn't get that. I didn't pull that file.
Is that file available on a Discovery drive for me?
Provided to the prosecutor today.
Thank you. In the report that I just got today, there's a reference to another cast viz session and some screenshots. What is that about?
I believe you're talking about just the regular 48 hours folder.
I don't know. I'm curious.
So that I provided 2 folders. One was cast viz, and one was just my last name of Maori. That was to differentiate the files that I found that were provided to me, and the folder of the files that I use to create this report.
Okay. Cast viz is the files that you found while preparing?
Correct.
And the one that says Maori is what you used to create your May 3rd report of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I think I understand that now. In that file, I think your report said you found screenshots dated April 19th of 2023.
Yes.
All right. Does that mean that's the day that you put things into your CastViz program?
That was the day that I made the screenshots themselves.
Okay. Where are those screenshots now? Are those also included on the drive?
Yes.
Okay. And then your report dated 5/3 says that you were asked to examine the record. So I'm a little confused if you had something that you took screenshots of on 4/19, but on 5/3 you were asked to examine the record. What were you doing on 4/19 or before to get those screenshots?
So I was tasked, the date was May 3rd for the report. It's not the date that I asked to use.
Okay. What day were you asked to do?
I do not remember. I'm gonna guess that it was somewhere around April 19th. That's when the screenshots were created.
Okay. Let's talk about that time frame then and what you did. Did you actually use a CastViz program at that time to create something?
Yes.
The CastViz program that you used at that time, and we're talking about springtime of 2023, we'll call it April for now, if that's fair. What training had you received by then to do this CastViz program?
The 2019 training.
Okay. With the CastViz program, what's the first thing that you did?
Once the program is open, you can drag and drop the CPR records.
Did you use call detail records in the CastViz program?
Probably a dozen times. I'm not entirely sure.
That was a terrible question. How many times did you use the CastViz program in relation to Brian Koberger's call detail records?
I don't know.
I have to wonder right there. Was she saying that was a terrible question because it just slaughtered him? She can be subtle.
More than once?
I recall doing it for the grand jury because I wasn't the main lead in the call detail records investigation.
I don't understand what that means.
I wasn't the main person looking at those call detail records.
You weren't the main person with the call detail records, but you put them in the CastViz program anyway?
For the grand jury, I was requested.
Okay.
There was another investigator that was doing it.
Okay. but you end up involved in it somehow in April of 2023. Is that right?
That's when I was asked to examine the data to provide that for the grand jury.
Okay. Was that all of your instruction?
There's, I can just hear Lana's voice. Was that all? She slows down the speech and she's like, it's like she's talking to a kindergartner. She has to do that over the years. She's learned that's the only way that she's going to get a response. What a freaking pinhead.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're asked by somebody else who's actually doing this part of the investigation in the case to produce something for the grand jury to use. And I'm curious about what you relied on, what you to get to that point. I want to know all the records you relied on.
I finally like the
emails,
potato
all the
now.
Conversations you relied on to produce this thing that you're not the expert for.
So I wrote the affidavit for the AT&T records.
Is that
received the AT&T records. Those records were also given to another investigator who was the main investigator doing the.
Hey, listen, if T-Rev says that Kohlberger might be cleared, then we might be alright. Go T-Rev. Alright, Bunny Murphy in the house. We're going a little longer. I was going to keep it under 3 hours, but what's the difference between 3 hours, 3.5 hours? Twiz is happier. That's honestly, I do it all for the Twizmeister. Anyway, yeah. Where's Brian's ramblings? Where's Brian's ramblings? I don't see enough space in between words in the chat right now. So okay, this was a pretty good one. It's not but I wanted to play it because I like to play his stuff, and he's good. He progressively, I don't know if he was going to school for it or what, but he has progressively we remember the early days with the whole thing in the, if you remember back there and all that stuff. And so this was his new one that you guys didn't catch it. It came out earlier today or whatever. I was saying.
Trimlight is the industry.
Police have reiterated that this appears to be a targeted attack with no signs of forced entry into the home.
There's also newly released.
That's another thing I noticed about the word targeted attack, and we've been hearing it so often in the news lately, if you guys recall. And it turns your stomach to hear it now, doesn't it? Because here's the thing, it's such a specific reference vernacular. Okay? It is a targeted, it's like saying it's a no-brainer, or it's, as sure as shit. Go to bed, kids. And now when I hear it, I think in this case it's not. It's like saying, it's like using some colloquialism, whatever, what do they call them, the old adages, whatever. Anyway, I can't brain think. In this case, though, it doesn't apply. The mayor said it. But in this case, it was a target attack, shut the F up. And, it was a target attack, put a gag order. And that's a little bit of a stretch and logical fallacy right there. I get it. But maybe
Police have reiterated that this appears to be a targeted attack with no signs of forced entry into the home.
There's also newly released DNA evidence, which shows no DNA from any of the 4 murder victims that was found in Kohberger's home or car.
A new report claims the 2 roommates who survived the massacre were awake and texting each other while their 4 friends were stabbed to death one by one.
As a lion hunts for its prey, we are being hunted by those in control.
And if you don't agree with them, that's fine. You have your right to your opinion. But they literally had to enact a federal law to make it illegal. They're trying to enact a law. They temporarily suspended the ability for law enforcement agencies to seize large amounts of money or items or cars from people that are not convicted of a crime. They literally had to step in. And so the reason being that they do this, that there's so many cases of people, I was carrying $40,000, which is perfectly legal, was not convicted of a crime. Law enforcement took my money. There's no receipt of it. They won't give it back. They're not even trying. And the reason being is because those monies go to fund those particular law enforcement agencies. Do you see? So the reward...
An innocent wildebeest runs by, only to be caught by the sharp fangs of the lion. Trapped and unable to escape, it faces an inevitable end. This is eerily similar to the situation of an innocent man ensnared in the justice system by mere circumstantial evidence. In both cases, the outcome is driven by the need to catch prey and call it a day, with no regard for the circumstances or the families involved. There is no true justice for the victims. Injustice for one is injustice for all.
And again, if you don't agree with them, that's fine. You're welcome to be in the Purge and do all the things and hit the subscribe button. Hit that like button, guys. I appreciate it. Leave a comment afterwards if you still have wrist action and aren't suffering from crippling carpal tunnel syndrome from being in this chat. And anyway, we'll go 3.5. Anyway, so I know AR, God bless him, and prayers out to him right now, his health. I haven't seen that he is back, but I know that he would stand here and say that this has been going on for a long time, and now we're seeing it, as opposed to being more commonplace, almost the standard in several large cases where they just inject a narrative and follow it through to the end, whether it costs them their jobs or not. Oh, and if you didn't catch it, also, it looks like Pete from Murder Metal Mayhem is back. I was glad to hear that. I hope he's doing well. And he said he was going to start turning out some shows, so I'm looking forward to seeing it.
It's a Christmas gift.
Ironic commercial. I liked this shot of this. This must be either a building cam or a van cam that we hadn't seen before. So that was an interesting angle of I'm sure there are many comings and goings from that particular area, the courthouse there, back dooring it, and or the jail, whatever this was. I forget what. This is the jail, I think. Whatever, they're in the same place in Latah County. And so somebody must have gotten that Freedom of Information Act. And again, kudos to West here and this. Let me just try to beat this music thing if I can. I guess I can turn the close gaps. I don't know. There it is.
Close to this.
Oh,
and we want to do everything we can.
So anyway, yeah, I think it's a lot of music in it now. It was those points are the ones. Let's get back to Heather. Kane, shut up.
CDR records. Prosecution then asked me to provide or create some type of visualization of the call detail records and examine the call detail records for the 4 hours in question. That.
Just to be really sure, when you talked about writing the 2 warrants for AT&T, we're talking about 2 warrants that relate to Brian Kohberger. There were a lot of other warrants. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to be really clear on that. You've taken the CAST training. Is that right?
Yes.
And you know there's a way.
Is that right? Just one of the.
Save your session. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's also a way just to hit reset and delete your session. Do you know that part too?
Mm-hmm.
And back in April, when you were creating something for the grand jury, you hit reset. Is that right?
Or I just deleted the files out of it. I don't remember if I hit reset or deleted anything with the digital pistol.
You don't remember which thing you did?
I do.
But you decided to delete what you'd created.
I don't know. I didn't delete anything. I didn't create the session log. Delete the reference of the file in the software, but the file itself is not deleted.
I want to make sure I understand. The record, the AT&T record still exists. You didn't delete that.
Correct.
But the session, when you put that in to the CAST Viz program, and it does its thing with the call detail records, which includes tower references, you either deleted that session or you chose to reset. Did I understand that right?
Didn't create a session log. I don't know how I would delete it. I just removed the reference to the file, the main file, from the software at some point. I don't know when I did that.
You don't know when you did that?
No, you can close the software without hitting reset or delete.
And then it would just stay there.
I deleted that.
And you can also export your session if you get interrupted and you want to come back and work on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that? You left it up and running at some point.
It's like I could almost hear Miss Potts in my ear. You have to think about this recent community with the girls that have taken on channels now, started doing channels, and there's just it's like it's the fearsome foursome of snarkiness. You know, Lana has her technique. Snark comes from the heart. It really does. And Potts and Peterson, God, I think that would just be the best podcast name. Annie, I don't know, Annie, 2 Annies, Annie Ann. And then, you know, Nothing Half-Assed, and then you have whoever the other one was. I don't even remember. What was he talking about?
And then did something that didn't save it. Is that right?
The session log was never created. Did not create a session log. The CDR records that I was dealing with is relatively small. There's no need to do that because I can ingest the files right back into Cascades in a short amount of time.
Why did you pull the CDRs into Cascades?
Why did I do that in April? Because I was asked by you to do it for the Treasury.
Okay. Is that the only reason you did it?
Yes.
Is that the only time you did it?
Yes.
Okay.
That I remember. I mean.
All right, Judge, we are now talking about item 242.
You can almost write his script for him. That I can remember. See how they like to throw stuff in law enforcement? And I guess any liar does that. But it's a point I've expressed that I notice about law enforcement that they do on every single level. From street cap, who will tell you, oh, if you're honest with me, and show me whatever, we'll be fair with you, and then they'll be like, we'll only take you to jail for that drug. You know, like. And so then you have also with, for instance, the light bulbs with the cameras, the street bulbs that they change. They got a good deal. All these cities across the United States got great deals on these light bulbs. And then a month, it was from China. They had cameras and microphones. So you think that you're driving down US I-95 or US 90, and you have some sense of privacy. Okay, fine with the cameras. You can film accidents. Still to this day, I don't know that even most of the public is aware that they're there. But what happened was they had kind of passed this funding in all these cities to get this new super deal technology in by the commissioners, because the commissioners here at least said we weren't even aware that they were doing that, and yet it was in the minutes of the meeting. And so when all of a sudden a month later, you got to think about what it takes to change a light bulb on a highway, because you have the truck, you have the cherry picker, you put the guy and he does the thing, and then you have that every 500 feet or whatever it is, right, on a regular highway. Now, when a month later all of the bulbs went bad across the country, and so from here it goes from South St. Pete to Tarpon Springs, so they had to do it twice, so they ended up paying, and then the truth came out that they had covered it up and hidden it. And so it just shows you, that's my point, is that it's at every single stage. And here again, he throws in that I remember.
The history of this is we came to the court asking for the cast report, knowing it was relied upon last year, and the court ordered that we receive it. We received one that was stamped draft all over it. You've heard testimony about that today from Mr. Ray, and it's not a final report, and we knew that when we got it. We asked for that. We asked for the analysis behind that, and we haven't received that. We were told on February 23rd of this year that the state will provide this by March 31st. Well, March 31st came and went, and we did not get it. So on April 23rd, the state said we still don't have it. And then on May the 10th, the state responded to this request and said that because we provided additional information, Mr. Koberger's alibi, they need more time to do work on this cast report, and they'll get it to us later. Your Honor, I think you ought to order that we get the cast report, and I think you ought to order that we get everything that went into developing this, and we get the analysis that
there's another anism right there. I think you ought to order, just, a little suggestion in your free time. We're not too busy.
This is particularly troubling, their response you told us something, so now we have to go reconfigure the cast report. Let me tell you why that's trouble. Item 243 is our request. Give us a list of everything Nick Valance relied on when drafting his cast report. And we were told Nick Valance relied on the call detail records from AT&T. Nick Valance relied upon tower records, and he relied upon the drive test data. Nowhere in there does it say, if you tell us anything about the case, we need that to rely on that too. These are records that exist. These are tower lists that exist. They go into a program. You do drive testing to understand how the device interacts with towers, and you create a report. So we're asking the court to order that we get the cast draft report, we get the full list of everything he relied upon, and we get the analysis of what does this mean.
So another clarifying question, maybe. So I listened to the testimony today, and that it sounded like.
Listen to Brad trying to use the smart people words. Clarify in the, I can't remember. It's selective intelligence. That's the word I was looking for. They have selective intelligence, because when they're questioned on who did it, they're right there. Where did they know exactly? And then how did you get to that? I don't remember.
A cast report was provided, but maybe it wasn't complete, is what Mr. Ray suggested. But I think that maybe I'm guessing, we're assuming that the state provided what they had, but it maybe they're still working on it. I don't know. But didn't you get initially what they had as they characterized as the cast report? So when you say, I mean, we have problems with language, I think, especially when we're in this area, technology. And so we might be just going back and forth like this without really understanding what we're asking for or what we're providing.
Let me see if I can clear that up. The testimony today, when we had Detective Kane on the stand, when we talked about what did you rely on to get the second AT&T warrant, he said that there was something that Nick Valance produced and that the prosecutor had it, and he thought it was the cast draft. And then you heard from Mr. Ray, who said, I've seen the cast draft report, and maybe it's something different that Detective Kane looked at. It wasn't this big, long cast draft. The cast draft report, and I'm calling it draft because it's stamped draft. I knew it wasn't final when I received it. We got that because you ordered that the state give that to us last July. So I had this draft. I knew it wasn't final. Ms. Jennings knew it wasn't final. We've talked about it. We believed that we were going to get the final report by March 31st. We don't have that yet. It's the final report that we need. You also heard from Mr. Ray talking about the things that are mistakes in the cast draft report. These reports go through a peer review process, and they can look a little different when they come back out on the other side. Usually not vastly different, but they can. They go through their process. It's that final product that I need that. I need to know everything they relied on to do their work. I need to know what this draft report is going to look like. The court should know that when we get to trial, likely Agent Valance is going to come in and talk about his cast draft report.
Oops. Oh, well, maybe we should learn something about it. Here, I'm just going to state this diplomatically. And I'm not talking about the guilters. I have no problem with anybody that has their own opinion on anything. I'm sure I can agree with them on a million other things. However, let's talk about where each and every one of you, and I always thank every single one of you for being here. And I have a question for you real quick, and get ready to drink. If somebody gave you $1 million, every single person in here listening, hovering over my thumbnail, whatever you're doing, if somebody gave you scot-free $1 million, would you be able to walk away from this case? And let me tell you, this is not at the guilters at all. At all. 100%. Technically. See how I threw that in there? Where do you, Meanie, Love Tina, David Bird, Translucent, all of you, Heather Fitzgerald, she fell asleep next to the doc. That's what he's doing. Where do you look around you? Where do you stand right now? What's the difference, let's just say, between us and them? Where do you find yourself every day? In the boring world of the court, the document, the words of people. And then you have sort of the opposing side of the same side, allegedly. Buried in finding connections to something that more than likely is just a complete fantasy. And I can't even watch it anymore. I'm always game for a juicy little, like the Pulp Fiction theory with the mechanics and the yard. I like that. I like that one a lot. I'll give you credit on that. But this is the tail chasing bullshit that hookses you out, that calls you out. And maybe I've been a little more serious than I usually am tonight. If you got a problem with it, then I don't know. Anyways, I kind of took a look around. When you take a little time away, right. And David Bird, that goes back to my point earlier of the 200 million Americans that 100%, no matter what they hear, and the more they hear from mainstream media, the more it's proliferated, stand behind this justice system that they are not nefarious in any way. That's there. And we with open eyes, the small, minor, practically mouthless majority of people around here anyway, are helpless. Anyway, Kane, stop for the day.
He's going to be an expert in the field and talk about what he found and why he found and what he relied on to do that. I'm going to come in with an expert that's going to explain what his work did. Now, if the work aligns and Nicholas Balance and our expert aligns, well, that's just going to be shorter. But right now, it's definitely not looking like that. It looks like they're going to have their side, and we're going to be talking about what the data shows. So what I want is the final report that we were told would be available by March 31st.
Sorry, I keep raising it up, but it's a trigger word for me, the word aligns. Aligns. Because in a perfect world, let's imagine unicorns and lollipops and rainbows. Every time you walked outside, Twiz is out there in his man Speedo, whatever you like. Whatever your thing is. That's not my... I don't know where that came from. Anyway, so... Alright, sure. It could be that instead of having two opposing forces to figure out if this guy did it, they worked together to say that this doesn't align, that doesn't align, let's strike that. And instead, what we're fed with are grand juries. And, of course, experts from both sides. Now, another striking, alarming detail in this case is that you have Syre. don't forget, he is typically 100%, I think, up to this point, a witness strictly for prosecutory, coming from a law enforcement background, yada, yada, yada.
I need time to work on it.
Sure.
What I want is a full list of what was used to create that report, what was relied on. I have to be able to see if I can recreate that. I have to see what was right with it and what was wrong with it. So I don't have those two things, right?
Is it possible that it's just not completed?
It is possible.
A final report?
It is possible, but I need you to order that come to me. And I don't think Ms. Jennings doesn't want to give it to me. But if you order that I get it, then I'm going to get it a lot sooner, I think. I'm not saying that Ms. Jennings is sitting holding it behind her back.
Or game show host.
I don't now know what's going on. The FBI told her it was going to be in by March 31st. We hit our deadline to disclose our alibi. And all of a sudden now they need to redo something in the report, which shocks me because of the things they said that they relied on were things that already existed. So now I really need to know what they're relying on to do this report, and I really need to see the analysis, and I really need to see the final report.
Sure.
So when she says that it shocked her, I think she's understating. You'll notice with Ann Taylor that a lot of things are understated, and it's a good use of the English language to understate yourself. Always let your opponent underestimate you. I don't think by any means she's shocked at all by any of it. Because this is the repetitive pattern of people who I don't know whose job they're doing, but it's not theirs and it's not the ones we hired them to do. From every indication I've seen in Moscow, Idaho, and generally in the state of Idaho, the math don't math. Period. It should be, I don't know if Jenn coined that phrase or whatever, but that should be the what's on the state seal of this Idaho 4 case. Math don't math.
I have to react to it.
Since we're talking about this, Ms. Jennings, do you want to just respond to that? Whether or not this is still a work in progress or what's going on?
Hi, Your Honor. As I know,
Tina, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Is that what did you say? It's like okay, in 2000, the year 2000, in the year 2000, they had a team in Oakland that had this coach, and his name was Chucky. All right, and he got fired from the Oakland Raiders and instantly moved to Tampa Bay. Well, guess what? The next year, whatever it was, he was hired as the head coach of the Buccaneers. Well, guess who we played that year in the Super Bowl for the win? The Oakland Raiders. So we had the coach of the Oakland Raiders coaching the opposing team, our Buccaneers. And we won the Super Bowl. Here you have the same thing. You have somebody from inside the team. Because remember, folks, this system works as a team to filter through what they consider the nonsense of the everyday court proceedings. And she was in the circle. She was one of the coaches of the team. It's a team. So you know the plays. So she is, you could forget all these lawyers. Why didn't they give him one of these pro bono guys? Because This woman left her position to take down, and so what she knows is that, here, is that right? You're going to do exactly what you always do, and I always see it, but we just make plea deals all the time for innocent people, guilty or innocent. And a lot of times they do take down the guilty, and they have a lot of evidence to prove it. Here, they have more evidence that he didn't do it, but God forbid they lose face. Is that right?
Right now, that report is not in its final form, and it has gone through a peer review process. My understanding is it's still in that. I have been told that yes, it's not a matter of redoing anything, but as they receive additional information, they just want to double check their work. They want to make sure that when they get the final report, it's accurate. So we are still waiting for that final report to ensure that it's accurate. And as soon as we receive it,
I'm sorry. Do you have a time frame for that? They told you when they expect to be finished?
I don't have a final time frame. They originally told us it was projected to be completed by June next month. So I'm hoping to get it within the next month.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
She's hoping to get it within the next month. Gee, I really hope I get it. I'm hoping this prosecutor would be like, get that fist pounding, get those papers off of my desk by 5 or you're fired. I'll take out you and your old damn whatever the hell they are up there. Tony's not happy right now.
That sometimes it's easier just to sort of a particular issue.
It's not a matter of redoing anything. They just want to double check their work. They want to make sure that when they get the final report, it's accurate.
Notice they didn't want to double check their work before they arrested him. I mean, if there may be a problem with their work,
it's not a matter of redoing anything. They just want to double check their work. They want to make sure that when they get the final report, it's accurate.
I'm saying I don't now know
what happens if it doesn't match? Well, they still haven't dropped the case, so obviously it matched. Right?
what's going on. The FBI told her it was going to be in by March 31st. We hit our deadline to disclose our alibi. And all of a sudden now they need to redo something in the report, which shocks me because of the things they said that they relied on were things that already existed.
So that only fits my narrative that it was called, the shot was called from the field. It was called on the day of, it was called by the higher up, unquestionable authority. So who is that? Everyone? Who is that masked man at the top of the ladder that called the shot that they're going to stick by no matter what?
No fucking.
Okay, well, go put it down there. I got other options.
If she's supposed to be fucking professional.
You want to pursue charges?
Yes.
To investigate it, I need to get everybody's information. We're going to go from there. You got multiple cameras here, so you can review something.
You didn't spit on me?
I didn't spit on you. I spit at you. You turned it out good. But I didn't hit you.
You spit on the fucking
Why do these people want?
Why don't you get out of here?
I'm not going anywhere.
You have the right to hear this.
They want to see what we're made of. United States of America, red, white, and blue will rip your throat out, drink your blood, motherfucker.
Leave this fucking place and then come back. You understand? I'll pull away so you can get the fuck out of here. I see you fucking confident. Anyway, I'm gonna fucking get you.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that
He's so
really
tough
got out of
around
hand
women,
fast.
isn't he?
It jumped up a notch.
It did, didn't it?
We're free to fucking leave here.
Driving around an import with all these flags on it there. He normally is a Chevy man. He had to borrow his wife's van that day. But you know, I wanted to make the point, Jen, that when the 1 week or two I was in Idaho, that was the first thing that I heard, is that they don't like, and it was somebody that was just moving there from California, they don't like outsiders, and they don't like Californians especially. And so especially when they're cutting down all their trees, moving on these big mansions on the lake, and then just living there a week, a year, it pisses them off, I guess. So it's more common than not. You have to realize that they have this beautiful paradise, and it really is beautiful there. And now they have to share it with developers coming in and tearing everything out. So town versus gown, it is highly more proliferated than advertised. And I don't even feel like shutting it down right now. So I'm going to play another Jen one in between Heather's. Oh, wait, we finished Heather's? That's pretty good. Echoes had a reading the other day, too, that I watched part of, that I might want to bring in here. We might as well go for it. I don't know. What else do I have to do, really? It's meow. So, let's see here. I've been away. I missed you guys. I love all you for being here. If you're new to the Purge, please hit the subscribe button. Do like and do all the things. There's a notification bell. You want to know when I'm on. Sometimes I just stealth in here and start talking, and usually something interesting comes out. Jen, where's the town gown one? Put a link, will you? See how hard it is to find anything on... I think there's one also of hers that I haven't played yet. But we can take a quick look at this.
About this leaked photo from the Corner Club. I think we've been played. I can't find the true original source of this screenshot, so I'm not sure who leaked it, but I believe it was released on December 27th, 2022. This was about 10 days after the What Did You Say to Adam footage was released. This is a Fox News report. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I will link it in the description. Here's a summary. The image, which began circulating early Tuesday, shows two women who appear to be wearing the same clothes as Kaylee and Maddie before the attack. It appears to have been taken by a security camera inside the bar. If the timestamp is accurate, it would have been taken at 1:32 a.m. Moscow Police Captain Anthony Dollinger told Fox News that investigators were aware of the image, although the source of the leak remained unclear. Police declined to verify its authenticity or answer questions about who it shows. Separately, they have warned the public not to harass or threaten people based on online speculation.
It's just in my head right now, and I'm sorry to interrupt Jen's video, that, okay, another thing, I'm talking about us versus them, right? And I'm not trying to start any battle. I think we should all work together. And I make a lot of videos. I do a lot of videos. And I show a lot of interesting stuff, and I feel I work hard, and I do it because I have to. It's because I have to. There's just like you. You have to be here. I have to be here. This is what it is. I don't say that I've got booms every time. I present facts. I don't have to bring anyone in here with another trumped up title of clickbait that, oh, finally this part of the case is solved because of my video and my It's like, yo, dude, we didn't fall off the turnip truck last night. We've been here since the beginning, smashing our heads against the wall, just like you are. Good for you that you did some research and you found an address. Don't try to play, and it seems to be working. Good for you. Good for you. But it's
Ask yourself, who would benefit from the corner club footage being leaked? The answer is Adam the bartender, Hoodie Guy, and Jack D. Think about the timing of its release. All three of them were getting tried in the court of public opinion, which is exactly why MPD made a comment about not harassing people in the leaked footage. And it worked, because the pressure on the three young men significantly lessened. It made Hoodie Guy's actions at the grub truck seem less suspicious. It made us think that whatever Maddie told Adam, it wasn't nefarious. It showed us that Jack D was talking to the girls at the bar that night, so he's not suspicious either. All three men, cleared in the court of public opinion, and all it took was one screenshot. So, I ask again, who leaked it? The owner of the corner club, Mark Trivelpiece, is not fond of the media, so I doubt he did it. He only spoke to one reporter as far as I can tell. Here's what he said.
Legal correspondent, Chanley, let me ask you what they're saying at the corner club.
Yeah, Vinny, the owner, Mark Trivelpiece, spoke to me. He answered a limited number of questions on the record. This is big for the corner club, who has had a negative experience with the media. This is his first interview on the record with the news network, and he trusted us to relay some of these answers, some of his thoughts here. He's a very private person. He wants to protect, of course, his employees and his customers who still come to the bar. It's really much like a Cheers bar. He knows everyone that walks in, and he knows if you're a new face when you walk in, and he can recognize the media. He was telling me, Vinny, that when this happened, November 13th, the Tuesday after that, he had to kick out 11 reporters for harassing him and his customers at his bar, and he's been disappointed in the negative light a lot of media has painted the corner club and, of course, Moscow as a community. Here's what he told me. We asked him, of course, about the investigation, which I just talked to you about, behind the scenes, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, Idaho State Police, who now we know were working so diligently. This is his answer. He says, I think the Moscow Police Department are amazing. They have never had to deal with anything like this before, and they did stellar. ISP, or Idaho State Police, is top.
I can't right there. There goes his credibility. Amazing. See, now Mark Twain's editor told him that if they ever use the word amazing to replace it, or he'll cancel his story piece with him, his job. Amazing. They're amazingly bad.
Top-notch, seeing them interacting with college students, sledding and clocking them with their radar gun was very heartwarming. We are all very thankful they were here. The FBI did exactly what they do, showed up, collected every bit of information there was to get, and helped MPD and ISP build their case. We couldn't be more pleased, and that really... Now, the corner club owner also went on to talk about, his negative experience with media, and we asked him about, what advice he would give to members of the media responding to this type of tragedy and in such a community like this. He says, understand your presence.
Does it? I don't know. I certainly know that cops drink. They like to go to certain bars that are like law enforcement bars. Do you really think there's any advantage? Can you really make friends with them? If you're friends with them like John Wayne Gacy was with his police and that other guy who they couldn't even believe he did the murders, it was like old Billy. They were all fell out of their shoes when he found out he did it. How connected are you with the law enforcement? What's your connection? Why are you hanging out with college kids at their house? Unless if that picture of him had been of him carrying a keg in for the kids there, they're 21 years old, whatever, they rented, they paid for it. He was not there working in a working aspect from what I could tell.
Is a disturbance. Tread lightly. Don't try to pit us against each other. Community members, business owners.
Speaking of the Corner Club, I would like to clear this up once and for all. This alleged B-real picture of the victims, and Jack S., couldn't be less real. It's fake. Let me explain. B-real takes a front and back photo at the same time. Therefore, if they were taking a pic of Jack S. and his friends,
thank you.
The smaller picture in the lower left corner wouldn't be sideways. Let me show you a real B-real photo.
It's not that I disagree with you, Jen. It's just that I had a good point. What are your intentions? Blah, blah, blah. Man, I was so smart 1 second ago.
Let's look at this picture again. Isn't it convenient that Jack D, Hoodie Guy, and Adam all happened to be standing near each other and there weren't any other customers blocking the camera's view? Hoodie Guy's back is turned, so we still don't have any proof that he is Jack S., which is why I refer to him as Hoodie Guy. Anyway, what I'm getting at is I think this picture is 100% photoshopped and was released strategically to put an end to the suspicion on these three young men. Now let's take a closer look at the What Did You Tell Adam video.
What did you say to Adam? I told Adam everything.
The building on Main Street in Moscow where the surveillance video was shot is owned by New St. Andrews College. Ben Merkel, president of the private Christian college, said he gave investigators all of the footage that MPD requested. There are several cameras on the building's exterior, but Merkel said he did not release the video to the public. Merkel did not return a message left at his office on Tuesday. The statesman obtained the video from Christine Cameron and Alina Smith.
I remembered what it was. There's absolutely no reason for you to have a relationship in Unicorn Rainbow Land. They, regardless of who you are, should be doing their job. Their job has nothing to do with whether you're buddies or not. The fire department's not going to get to your house and not put it out because of whatever purpose, which, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to do their jobs sometimes. And then they're going to have a grand jury every time that will do everything except for bend over backwards and take it in the schmecker to get you from being prosecuted anything more than perhaps losing your job.
Creators and administrators of the University of Idaho Murders Case Discussion Facebook group, though they declined to share how or where they acquired it. New St. Andrews is owned by Doug Wilson and Christchurch, the controversial Christian nationalist group located in Moscow. If you don't know about them, just search on Google. There is a lot of drama between them and the city of Moscow. The article also says that MPD made a statement saying that they would not authenticate the video footage because they were not the ones to release it. So it seems that MPD is distancing themselves from this leaked footage, as well as the one from the Corner Club. I fully believe these leaks are not authentic, or at the very least not from that evening. How did a random Facebook group just happen to obtain it? Why them? Why were they chosen to get this footage first? And why does Kaylee look transparent? You can see the sidewalk through her body. And why do we keep pretending that the black coat that Maddie was wearing is her own coat? It's not hers. It is clearly a man's coat. I wonder who let her wear it.
There she got me again with the music. I don't know how you get away with it. But anyway, it's all good. The jacket, yeah. Whose jacket was it? Why did they, if that was the one that they found, think about that and think about Rollo's videos. Where that jacket was found, the body cam footage, the whole nine. It's right there. And they throw it back like it was a split in half fish. So anyway, I'm just busting your balls. It's fine. They're not gonna hit me on anything. I'm okay. So what was I saying? You have the Micro Machine DNA catcher that they could have easily used on that code. Who did it come from? Doesn't matter to them, because if they flooded their own tip line, or the FBI did, and then they distanced themselves from the super crime solvers of the United States, the FBI, and they've put distance in every single attempt that we've heard of that is never shared on mainstream media, of course. Any offers for help, and then what they've asked for help, they've changed, which makes any help that they got in that regard more or less useless. It doesn't change. You don't look at a video and then after somebody is arrested, change the entire timeline and the model year of the car and all that. There's got to be a reason that they changed it to 2015. We don't get a reason. It's the same video that the FBI looked at, yo. The FBI. But somehow, and they distance themselves from them, and now it doesn't match what they told us. And so they have their own law enforcement. Let law enforcement do what law enforcement's going to do. Believe in the lie. And so, anyway, that's a good video, Jen. I'll just shut up. One more video? Yeah, one more. I've been around the world now, yeah. Let's see here. I don't want to watch those shorts. I don't want to see. What was the other one I want to play? Let's do a check-in. Let's run around. Oh man, it's 4 hours. Well, you know what? We've already gone over 4 hours. Might as well just keep going. Everybody up in here. I don't know how many people are in here. Could be 2. I don't care. Doesn't matter. As long as you're happy and you're watching. I'm trying to be entertained. I'm more serious. It's it's like culture shock when you're away from it for a minute to come back in. It's almost like a resettling where I have to kind of find my place and be able to state my position, because it's like Rockford said. If you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it. And I try to explain things that I think, and I'm like, how would I tell that to a kid? There's some stuff you just can't explain to a kid. So I'm right to believe him. Oh, let's just look at my feed. I do have something else. No. This is interesting. That and yeah.
My wife's noticed my worn out jeans. So she bought me these new pants. Turn out.
Didn't.
It's these viral jeans that everyone.
DNA sheath and the DNA being obtained unlawfully. All right, so just going back to that Albertsons video, in order to convict. Whoa.
I thought she was about to get real right there. Swamp Rose reaching out. I love that painting.
So to convict BK, they're going to need solid evidence. So we've seen prosecution in other cases do a lot of shady things. And to a large portion of my audience, and so I'm trying to give both sides of the story. It's not necessarily to reflect my opinion, but the opinion of the people who watch my channel. And a large portion of my audience, it appears that the investigators and Bill Thompson have done the same. The point is that they have to have something solid that for some reason they aren't willing to disclose. I mean, what could that be? So I thought about this. I thought, okay, well, what about that note they found? Evidence marker number 3. It appeared to have a name written on it or a map. Maybe that's the solid evidence. I thought, okay, well, what about the footage of the Elantra or the mail-related footage?
So there you go. A person pursuing the facts. And, you know, AR might have yelled at Robert one time a little too much about, don't go over the same old crap, blah, you want more subscribers. Listen, that is the trail to the top of the mountain right there. Is, you know, and I think Jules gave Heather credit without actually saying her name. She just said Heather. I think a lot of people were like, who? You know, because nobody's heard of Heather Fitzgerald. But anyway, what was I even? I don't even know. So yeah, you see the analysis. It's documents, and you know the other people do that too. But somehow every single document has a twist towards that narrative. The circle the wagon's narrative, I call it. And by special request here, we'll go a little long tonight for my dear Jen and take a look at something. What did you say, Jen? You talking to me? I don't see anybody else here, Scoop.
For an Uber?
You'll notice that the Gonzalez certainly have, if nothing else, a very close relationship with a large number of people in the area. Or, no, wait, I didn't mean to say large. I meant to say connected to the case. Alright, I'm not even trying to interrupt these videos all the time here, but I am. I read an interesting comment, one of Heather Fitzgerald's links that she puts down like 20 times a day. And it said in it, this guy was very much in the same thought genre, I guess you'd say, of many of us here, especially me. Okay? And Panda, he says in his comment, and I happen to pick up on it, it's a very long comment, I read it, that when he showed it, and you guys have heard this so many times before, when he showed the story to his girlfriend and I guess presented pictures from the case, and like I say, a lot of times in cases such as these, it may or may not, and I hate to go with that small town mentality of your gut instinct, your first instinct is usually right. And so what his girlfriend, this commenter, her initial instinct in here 2 years later, after seeing a documentary and without hearing it, said cam girls. They're always together in threesomes, kissing, shutting, you know, and okay. In that age group now, you live TikTok. TikTok is life. Life is TikTok. But also this girl was that age. So she can maybe better justify the difference between a typical, 20-year-old doing duck face kiss selfies as opposed to somebody that does it professionally. So I just thought I wanted to present that. Thought it was an interesting comment. Very well. I'll find.
I really don't.
Madison Mogan was Kaylee's lifelong best friend. The pair seen together in their final hours of life, laughing and ordering late-night food before getting a ride home together in what Steve described as a sorority-designated driver service.
You can't imagine sending your girl to college and then they come back in an urn.
Yeah, they Ubered out together. They only went to known locations that they had been before.
Private driver.
They had a private driver. I apologize. There was a private driver that they had actually used before, so they knew him. They had a relationship with this individual.
We knew him as a family member, and he really helped us.
The fuck?
Yeah.
As a family member, hold on. So when I say that, and I'm not picking on AR or anything, I'm just saying, when I say that the important thing is to look at all the clues before you can take the next step to the top of the mountain. Does anyone else in here feel like you live inside of an escape room world? And the whole world is outside there, living normal lives, doing whatever. And meantime, you still haven't solved the combination to the lock, because in real world you don't get written verbatim fact clues, and everything's hidden from you in everything that you try to do. I mean, this is honestly the PhD of murder cases, without a doubt. Kaibo, because you are not only tasked, if you so choose, to figure out, we already figured out who didn't do it, to figure out who did it, how they're getting away with it, why they did it, and where's the weapon, and what's the motive. Okay, at the meantime, you not only get the rug pulled out from under you, they also opened up the trap door. And I think that's what upsets a lot of people in this case, is they feel like it's not only uphill battle as normal would be, but it's also filled with trapdoors. And there may be a little bit, I think that some people that do mean well, but then I do feel strongly that there are a lot of trapdoors in this community. And I'll be your trapdoor.
Yeah.
He's a great person.
Good people, and then only.
So out of their own mouths, we have 5 different stories: rideshare, sorority driver, Uber, private driver, family member. The last person to see 2 of the victims alive is being called 5 different things by the same family? Why is this not talked about more? Someone is lying, the driver, or the G's. Not once does the driver ever mention speaking to Olivia on the 13th and telling her about the Twitch stream. The driver said he didn't know what happened until the next day when they released the victims' names. How is that possible if he spoke to Olivia on Sunday, November 13th? Someone is lying.
Breaking news tonight, 40 days into the University of Idaho murders, and the driver, who was likely the very last man to see Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez alive, is speaking to News Nation tonight. The Uber driver who brought the kids home the night of the murders, Kaylee's family reported that their daughter had indeed ordered an Uber, and now the man who drove them is revealing exclusive details to us about that ride home and what the girls said in the back of that car. News Nation correspondent Alex Capriello is live tonight. He tracked him down. He joins me from outside the home in Moscow. That was a very difficult task. Tell me what you found out, Alex.
Yeah, I was able to find this rideshare driver. He's one of only about 4 here in the Moscow area. So I was able to track down that phone number and give him a call personally, speak to him. I asked him point blank, hey, are you the guy who drove Kaylee and Maddie home that night? And to his credit, he was very transparent, very honest, very open, almost immediately with me.
Well, understandably, he has said, Alex, that he is very concerned. It's a small community. He doesn't want to be on camera, but he was very revealing in what he told you about that ride home. Start there.
Do you notice that occasionally you'll have a witness to a crime that doesn't buy the pulp of TV people and specifically speaks through other channels, whether that gives them less credibility or not? What would one of us do if, say, we were witness to this or something along these lines? Would you take the browbeating and the soul-stifling 30 seconds of airtime that you'd get on News Nation or Nancy Grace or CNN just to get what your message is out there, even though you know there's a good chance they're going to manipulate it and use it against you?
What did the girls talk about in the back seat?
Well, he said that it was actually a rather innocent conversation from the beginning. You might remember that he picked up these 2 girls from that grub truck. It's the food truck that's located right in downtown Moscow. And really, he said that was the center of their conversation. The entire 5-minute ride home was about their mac and cheese.
They talked about carbonara for 5 minutes? Weird. Is it just me, or is it weird that he remembers what type of mac and cheese they got that night?
Carbonara that they were planning on splitting when they got back to the house. He said that he's picked them up in the past, not only these 2 girls, but Xana as well. And he said that in the past they've talked about boys and drama and college life, but not this time around. It was just a very normal, innocent conversation about their food and how they were going to share it when they got home.
So that's also revealing that he knew them. He had them in the car multiple times before. This is a small town, so if they've taken an Uber a couple of times, it would be likely that he'd be the driver. And he said, indeed, he knew them. He knew all 3 of them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He said that obviously as one of only about 4 rideshare drivers in this area, he picks up these girls a lot. And not to mention, we already know that this is so close to frat row. And of course, we've reported that this is a party house. So a lot of times students would come here. And so he said that Xana, that Kaylee and Maddie were no strangers to them. He's given them rides home from the bars, home from work, home from school. So he knows them. He has driven them before. But back again to this, he said that there was nothing out of the ordinary that night, that right now or in that moment that it was just an innocent conversation. Of course, the frats were bumping on a Saturday night, but here at the house, it was quiet, and he saw nothing out of the usual.
So as you reported earlier this week, Alex, the last thing that we heard on...
That's a contradiction within itself, isn't it? Yeah, of course, the frats were bumping and everything else, but it was quiet here. They're right next to 2 of the biggest frats on the whole university campus. So if they were bumping, why was it quiet here? And how did a DoorDash driver manage to get a delivery into, whether it was eaten or not, into the house at the time and not see anything weird? Okay, I just think that's weird.
On tape was the surveillance camera showing Maddie and Kaylee walking from the corner club bar to the grub truck, and the only thing we could hear was, Maddie, what did you tell Adam? And then Maddie responds, I told Adam everything. Was there any conversation in the back of the Uber car about Adam or the bartender? Because Adam turned out to be the bartender. Did he mention anything like that?
Yeah, actually, the rideshare driver said that he knows Adam. He knows he's a bartender, but Adam was not brought up once at all during that conversation. Again, no conversations about boys, drama, or any trouble as far as what the girls were feeling. He said they were not fearful. They weren't skittish in any way. But back to the food truck, also, I asked him about that. Hey, you were right there. Did you see anything out of the ordinary there? And he said, no, it was a Saturday night at the food truck. A bunch of college kids hanging out, ordering their food before heading home. You know, I brought up another person. A lot of people have speculated about the hoodie guy he's been referenced as. He said he didn't see that guy. He has no indication that anything was wrong there at the food truck, and certainly during that entire rideshare home, no indication that anything was wrong there, rather.
It more or less, though, begs the question, with all that activity, you're still able to commit a horrendous crime. You've got 2 girls that, let's just X them out of the equation for a second. texting or doing whatever. Then you have 2 girls upstairs. Then you have 2 people in the middle, at least. And then you have a DoorDash driver coming at 4. So somebody walked to that door, opened that door, and got that food, whether they got handed it or it was sitting on a chair or on the ground at 4 a.m. And so that puts a major pressure on the 18-minute timeline, because by 4:20 it was over, right? Who was able to just go completely absolute batshit nuts in the middle of all this and walk away clean, Jack? It wasn't Brian Koberger. I'll tell you that right now. You might hate to hear it. And whoever did it didn't do it by themselves. Yet, instead of presenting more evidence, they propagate false stories like the break-in with the 5'3" guy. And you can still hear Nancy Grace, even under her breath, I'm sure, give it to me, nothing to have at. Well, I think he might have been the one. He was just kneeling down when he got kicked in the stomach. Like, what? How, you haven't... For a minute, there seemed to be a trend of the mainstream media paying attention to reality. Like the stuff that we, as collective, have found. And credit to everyone that has found stuff. Wild here, and everything in every different direction is wilder. But yet somehow the only thing that gets reported in this biggest case ever in the United States since the Lindbergh baby is these stupid false narratives over and over that are being put out by a government agency that is driven to not help the victims, but to get a conviction and appease the public. Oh my.
Okay, then what about the police? Because clearly, I would have imagined the police have a lot more, machinery and technological ability than sometimes we do to track people down. I assume that the police would have found him and that they would have talked. What did he say about being able to tell everything he told you to the police?
Right. Yeah, this was super interesting to me because he said that he didn't hear about the murders until the next day.
The driver said he didn't find out what happened to the victims until the next day. 11 pods by 1422.
Jen, there was also in the Luigi narrative that they had initially in the BK, their reasons for not releasing certain details of what they have was to protect the suspect from gaining an advantage from what they know. And they used it in the Luigi thing when they said they knew who it was, but they wouldn't give us his name. Because that would help him. I don't know how. I don't get it.
Olivia claims to have spoke to the driver on Sunday 11/13. That's when he told her about the grub truck video.
And he realized, oh my gosh, these are the 2 girls that I had driven home, and I've driven home in the past. And so he was stewing on that for a little bit, but he was the one who eventually turned himself over to the police by calling the tip line, saying, hey, I was the one who drove these girls home. The police tells the rideshare driver that they already knew he was the driver, but even still, he was the one who called in himself and said, hey, I was that guy. That being said, when he did that, called the tip line, he turned over all of his GPS coordinates from that night, sharing that he went to Taco Bell after.
Hang on, there's another interesting idea. Where have you heard that narrative before? That he called in and said he was there. So if this BK case gets dropped, guess who's number 2 in line? Mr. Rideshare Driver, or Mr. Is it Goer? Because 5 years down the line, a detective noticed his statement that he went to law enforcement and told them he was there. They didn't pay attention to it at the time. Yay.
Dropping the girls off and then went home. And so that's the reason why he was cleared almost immediately. He'd never been named as a suspect or persons of interest because all the data that he provided to the police proves that he was not there at this house at the time that these murders allegedly happened.
So the other question is, as you are standing almost, I imagine, in the same spot where they were dropped off, did he mention anything about the drop-off that was unusual? Anybody in the parking lot? Did he drive into the parking lot? Did he hear something, see something, pass anybody?
Actually, the only thing he said was that he heard the frats doing their normal partying, but everything else seemed quiet, seemed normal. There were no headlights. There was no one following him. He says he's got a great memory, and he would know whether or not anyone was trailing him or if there was anything suspicious at all. As far as the drop-off, he said that he brought them right up the street here on King Road and dropped them off here at the foot of the driveway. He never pulls actually into the driveway because he says, based on his training, he always wants to be able to have a quick getaway in the event that something bad happens to him. Like,
it makes sense if you think about it in a general perspective, not in unicorn rainbow land, but in the way that men work. And there are women in law enforcement, yes, and in legislation and everywhere. None of them can drive. No, I'm just kidding. The thing is, law enforcement sort of works from a military angle, right? Which is a man group. It's a man thing. How many of you ladies out there know a guy, other than me, that could get into the kitchen and make you some pie? What guys like is ready-made. Just add water mix in every aspect of life. I like it. Everybody likes it. You get the powdered potatoes, you put it in the water, there you go. Now I'm a cook. In the same vein, in the rest of their life, in their job, with their kids, everybody wants the ready-made answer. With law enforcement, they want the ready-made story. This fits, that potato goes there.
He gets robbed on the side of the road, but he dropped them off here on King Road. He watched them get out of the car. He did not watch them physically go into the home, but he said that he trusted that they were going to be safe because he's driven them so many other times, and he knew that these two girls were together.
You've pulled video seeing the Uber driver dropping them off. You've checked your phone records. You know the timestamps, what time they got home. It's not exactly what police are saying, right?
Right. It's not 1:45. Kaylee and Maddie were picked up from their home at 1122 King around 10:15. It's about a 5-minute drive down. So they arrived to Corner Club around 10:20, which is different than what was released at 10. We know that Kaylee called for an Uber at 1:45. He arrived at 1:49, got in the car around 1:50. It's about a 5-6 minute drive. They arrived home at 1:56.
I think you have to remember that another very important part of this narrative, and I'm not trying to discredit anyone or burn the victims in any way, but a big part of this narrative has been that they were sweet, innocent college students murdered in their beds. Innocent, innocent, innocent. And the story of Ethan actually living there, which more than likely was, it now you have maybe, we have a frat boy living in a sorority house that shouldn't be, maybe there's something on the lease. Beyond that cover up, it's let's just leave that out more of a sort of thing, I would say. Let's just leave that detail out. And now they can leave out all the details.
So she was on my mom's cell plan, so on Sunday I was able to pull those cell records.
And you could see that she was calling somebody out.
The last call is shortly
on
before
Sunday.
3:08.
That's right, 2:50 something.
2:52.
For both of them.
That, just by the way, that same day pulling of records. So when people say that, she talked to the rideshare driver before law enforcement, she was able to pull records. Notice she says pull. Isn't that an interesting use of the word, of the description, or each way to describe it. That's the way a cop would describe. I pulled the records. No, you and I would say, "Oh, I looked at my account or my statement or my meta." We wouldn't say I pulled the records. That's almost as good as Miss Potts and the millennial saying "clad in black."
Side note, I had an AT&T family plan. There was a 24-hour delay. It does not show call detail in real time.
See y'all? Details. On every little rock, there's a piece of DNA growing.
This chat is from the Twitch stream that night. Interesting how two different people in chat both marked down the exact time the girls walked away.
Ever since we talked about it, I thought it was
Order 85. Thank you.
Can I do the big burrito? But I'm really good. I'm so sorry. Can I get it without the chipotle slaw?
Yes, you absolutely
and
can.
Then without the onion salsa?
No salsa.
And do you guys have sour creamer?
Part 2 coming soon.
That was a good one. That really got me thinking. I like that. I can't imagine anyone in this chat saying, "Yeah, I pulled those records by the end of that day." I pulled those records. Interesting. Very, very interesting, Jen. Good job, my scoop. You get 1 like for me, and that's it. All right, 424. Might as well go for 5. What else are we doing? Hey, there's my video. Let's see. You want me to play Miss Doubtfire? I will do it. Yeah, the burglary thing is over. I think and Rockford, not interested in the case, but knows I'm interested in it. Sent me the whole thing as something he read. They don't even say it in a way that gives it any that would take any credibility away. They say Koberger was previously investigated in WSU kickdooring up till 2 days ago. That was the headline. Very convincing headline for something that's just for somebody that is unaware of the case or looking for details to buy the law enforcement narrative, isn't it? But and I think it was Jules that said, well, they didn't mention the fact that, I think it was Heather actually, like, they didn't mention the fact that previously meant after he was arrested. They made it sound like he's always been this criminal on the run, and here's just another one of his examples. Like, let's go ahead and load up the Pennsylvania bus on this trip too. Who am I missing? I wanted to look at this just for. I mean, this isn't really Idaho 4. Here's what it is. Oh, I think I'd be better off in my notifications here. Let me see if somebody's cussing me out. We have Death Valley Tiger. Okay. Oh, shouldn't say that's right. Okay. Anyway, so my B. I'm looking for something specific here. Looks like Grizz is back. I always say Grizz picked me up in Ohio and left me in Idaho. Oh, wait, I think nothing else. Fancy Christmas. I played that. Where is it? Oh, Euphoric has a new one. That's gotta be good.
And it was one of his answers to me that made me think they know a lot more than what they're saying.
Would you feel safe having a child living near or on campus?
I would, but I say that knowing that many people would not. And I'm probably I'm in a different situation because of the information and the knowledge that I have of how the investigation is progressing.
For the court to allow the prosecutor to say,
we need to keep this all private for a fair trial really ignores the public nature of this case. It really ignores the fact that Brian has been essentially convicted in the media. You don't have to read but a few articles to see how negative they are about him. He has a right to have this information withheld, brought out in public, so that people can see it's not this neat little package. So people can start to wonder if Brian's innocent. Your Honor, Brian is innocent. And he has an absolute Sixth Amendment right to have his hearings in public. We think if the court allows
it's like revisiting Jen's video or Heather's video
the
again.
information and how they got their information and what they...
I guess euphoric, or as True Killer Crime calls her, horrific, is a chick. I didn't know it was a girl, so welcome to the Let's Get Her. Like, anyway, we've seen that video tonight. What else? Oh, you know what I wanted to do real quick that I like to do, because what'll happen is we'll be live for as many hours as we do, and then something will pop up and it'll be like, oh, the big news of the day. And it's like, man, I had all the other good stuff and I missed that one. So this is the one story that I missed, and I'll do the video thing where
learning that Pullman's police chief is being placed on administrative leave. Pullman police did not confirm why he was placed on leave, nor did they confirm how long the chief has been on leave. It's also unknown when or if he's expected to return. He was named chief back in 2022 following 29 years with the department.
So yeah, I talked about it already. I was kind of hoping for any new information on that. Twiz, look into that for me, bro. And I need you to drive down to Lewiston and talk to, let's not forget Timmy Reed. Let's just not. I think Timmy Reed is the great divide. You can't, once you had Timmy Reed, you can't go back. You just can't go back to believing anything that they do. You can't. I'm sorry. You are shady AF, as Tell It to L will tell you. Let's see, we did that one. I think there was also something in here. If I remember correctly. Blues River Drive simple battery. Rep stating neighbor hit him and broke his tooth. Wants to make a report. There was one more. Why does it mean more to us when we see suspicious person's circumstance in this town? Because I'm sure that's every town has lots of suspicious people all the time. And this is North Main Street and Nom Nom. Rep states that there is someone that aggressively asked for money outside. It doesn't have the feel. They call it a small town. They call it a close-knit community. It certainly doesn't have that feel. And I'll tell you what. The leaders within that small town have no intention of keeping it within that town. You have Fry trying to be sheriff, trying to grandstand on his U-Haul driving skills position to get to be sheriff county, and then who knows? Watch my holiday classic Jingle All the Way and make me sheriff right now. Jingle all the way. And I was like, I want to start doing a segment where Arnold Schwarzenegger explains to people unfamiliar with the case all what the anomalies are. Like Conan used to have, and just have like a picture of him with lips smooth. It could go either way. I thought it would be funny to, no, Kane was lying when he got up there and said that, Jingle all the way. Anyway, so that would be a fun thing. I think I'm going to do that. I just got to figure out how to get rid of the mouth so I can do the thing. And I'll do premieres of that one. Why not? Maybe me and Twiz will go back into the back rooms and try to save Willie. I don't I don't think there's a lot of hope for Willie. The cat makes it. I'll give you that right now. He's got a chance back there. Willie's very, he's a hero. He comes out swinging the... Alright. That's really all I can stall. Let's see how long that I hang on. So this is another one here. Arrest made in 39-year-old Camden County. Now, is that Camden, New Jersey? Is this something that nobody mentioned? Waynesville, Georgia? Swain, a 66-year-old deacon at Rising Daughter Baptist... Is it Rising Daughter Baptist Church? Let's keep my kids out of the names of churches. Just saying. Swipe. 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 Why does law enforcement, when they are tried for crimes or trying to be brought to justice, get a favorable grand jury, when anyone else USA gets a deposing connected within influence grand jury? I don't know. I'm trying to make this a dramatic 80s moment. The Eric Estrada. Don't be a hero, Willie. Willie, is that you? Maybe I'll get Heather's real voice like Dinky keeps hoping to hear on the new Backrooms with me and Twist. Perry's conviction was overturned based on new DNA evidence pointing to another man at the crime scene 39 years ago. The Georgia Innocence Project and Perry's attorneys said two hairs found in a pair of unique eyeglasses at the crime scene proved he was not the killer. I don't know. Let's check headlines. This is headlines. Greg Gumbel died. Hard to believe. I can't believe he was 78. Brian Gumbel was his younger brother. So that's a name that should ring NBC. Back, when there was still a little bit of trust in NBC, I guess. Whoopi Goldberg is certainly making a name for herself. Is that NBC? I don't. The other thing that gets me is you have NBC, which is NBC, right? And Jenna Bush is a host of it's just her and one of these liberal anchors that has been there forever at the station. And I don't have the patience to watch the stupidity of that show. But she's just so bright and cheerful, and with who her dad is, it jingled all the way. All right, let's see what else here. 1.5 billion for the Mega Millions went to California, according to Love Tina. And South Korea impeached its president. And I don't think they're telling us why. It's something to do with judges, whatever. For the most part, this is what you want to hear, right? A ninth U.S. telecoms firm is confirmed to be hacked as part of a sprawling Chinese espionage campaign. They gave officials in Beijing access to private text and phones conferences. That's, if you missed it, that's why they were telling people with iPhones not to text people with Androids. And I hate to say it, but the war has already started. What link, Jen? You didn't get it in on time, you don't get it played.
This is how to get
on my desk.
If you want to drop
I'm such a rough editor.
any more of these.
Maybe it's me.
You might.
19-year-old Tucker Hips was found dead in Lake Hartwell after participating in an early morning run with his fraternity Sigma Phi Epsilon. Now, for 11 months, people didn't know what happened. Did he jump over a bridge? Was he forced to jump over a bridge? Was he pushed over this bridge? His family attorney has said that there was a history at this fraternity of forcing pledges to jump over bridges and swim to shore as part of a hazing ritual. And we also know from the attorney that the brothers were upset with him that morning because he was supposed to bring McDonald's breakfast, but he didn't have the money to do it. So 3 brothers, as you mentioned, are being sued. One of them, the son of Delaware Congressman John Carney. And now we're learning that a new witness has come forward, finally giving the family some perspective on what might have happened, saying that Tucker was in fact forced to walk along the railing of the bridge. This is what the court documents say, that Tucker slipped from the railing and caught the railing under his arms, tried to climb back onto the bridge unassisted, lost his grip on the bridge, and fell headfirst into the water below, striking
right into the modern day story of, well, before they used to fall off balconies. In the 80s, oh boy, a lot of frat boys fell out of balconies in Daytona Beach, if you remember those times. And they had to actually close down Daytona Beach for spring break. Isn't this right in the water, striking his head below? It happens.
His head on the rocks in the shallow water. Of course, afterward, the lawsuit says that they tried to cover it up. They waited several hours before they called police.
Oh, no way! What did she just say? Dun, 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 dun.
Called police and reported him missing. They even lied to his girlfriend. Afterward, the lawsuit says that they tried to cover it up. They waited several hours before they called police and reported him.
Oh, wow. Kaboom. See, I don't advertise booms. I just get them. Because I got my girls here. You know, these are my girls. Everybody else, jumped on the bandwagon of what the Purge does. The Purge kind of changed shit. I'll be honest with you. It is what it is. And go on your book tour, babies, because I love you girls so freaking much. Both of you are so freaking smart. And Rochelle, you're awesome too. Twiz, I don't know what you were. Nobody knows what a twizzle stick is. Wow, Jen. Wow. I'll play that again. Shit. My girls.
On the rocks in the shallow water. Of course, afterward, the lawsuit says that they tried to cover it up. They waited several hours before they called police.
I mean, that's literally a 2-for-1. It's like putting Hannah Cleary into 1122. It's you have and the thing and the water and the head and the cover up and the lied and the wait to call. You know why they have to wait to call police? We already know, because they're given a 1-800 number for, what did Lala say? The super frat people that cover things up. They literally have like a department of the fraternities and sororities that's tasked with that specific thing. And it's like my friend's dad used to say, is, I don't mind if you get in trouble, just don't get caught.
Police and reported him missing. They even lied to his girlfriend about where he was, telling her he'd been seen in the library.
He lied to his girlfriend too. No.
Absolutely heartbroken, as you can imagine. This is what she told me. She said, it does answer some questions. It connects some of the dots. His dad and I miss him so terribly. He is still the first thing and the last thing we think about every day, and he is just terribly missed. Of course, she's still wondering if their son, their only son, died over McDonald's biscuits. And I have to tell you,
stupid hazing ritual, right? Allegedly. So what does the university say?
Well, all of the defendants are denying all of these.
It's a university thing to kill somebody over biscuits. It's a university thing. It happens every day, and we just allow it. This woman's horrified.
And I have to tell you,
stupid hazing ritual, right? Allegedly. So what is the university?
A stupid hazing ritual, covered up, lied about, even to the girlfriend. Ding, 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 ding. Wish I had my guitar. It's in the other room because I cleaned up in here. Ask Heather.
What do you say? Well, all of the defendants are denying all of these allegations, of course. The lawyer for John Carney's son, Sam Carney, says that Sam didn't see anything that day and doesn't know how Tucker went over the bridge. All the defendants are essentially saying the
Nobody
same
knows.
thing.
If you want to slim down,
all the defendants are
breakfast.
saying
True or
blah
false?
blah blah, the same story.
Around 3 to 4 hours
Whatever the
after your last
freaking
meal.
fraternity told them to say. And you think you want to mansplain it, and you want to say that, oh, this was a particular case and these are just wayward youths and that's just the way of the university. How many times are you going to give them that when it's somebody's life that was lost? Damn. That is good. Wow. I would be clapping if I wasn't busy with my other hand. Where's your other hand? Jen, you could also say that they've gotten better at covering up, yeah. Or you could say they know it's going to get covered up. And you could say that they have a story in place because they know it's going to happen. And they know it's going to get covered up.
A new
They advertise for these kids. They start off as kids. One of the selling points, one of the advantages of being and going through this Rush Hell Week is perks and privileges are advertised right there on the sign outside of the frat. That's what's on their marquee. Privilege and perks. As prevalent as the warning is, it's like stranger danger or sexual harassment, right? It continues on as a part of the culture. It hasn't. Frat boys be drinking. Frat boys be partying. Frat boys be fighting. Frat boys be losing their lives. The ones that took it don't exist. They never exist, or possibly, quite possibly, they are able to find another suitable accomplice or suspect. Now, one thing that Miss Potts says a lot, or she briefly stated once, is that with her initial instinct, the way that it was handled, it seemed to have law enforcement involvement. That was her opinion. And I think it's a wise insight. However, we have seen in cases like this, and we've seen in cases right there in Idaho alone, that guess what? You don't even need law enforcement involvement to get their cover-up pledge. They're right there on the field. The thing that really, really rips my heartstrings on this, okay, is that we've been spoon-fed crap like this for 20 plus years, when 24-hour news and all that started and they had to be on every single thing that happened, is that there's a zero tolerance policy. What the brank does zero tolerance mean? I can tell you that if I was involved in an organization, if I just got involved in some organization right there off the bat and they had a zero tolerance policy about something, it would be enforced from the first infraction. A zero tolerance in policy. Impolicy. It's an impolicy. It's not a policy, it's an impolicy, because yet these frats that are famous for hazing keep doing it. People keep losing their lives, but they keep doing it. What future is worthy of drinking somebody else's semen? And what are they? Blood, conditioner, shampoo, urine? What possible perk and privilege could be worth all that? That you have to sleep ass to ass with some smelly ass dudes, farting all the time, trying to kick your ass, trying to prove how tough they are, like they're in boot camp in the barracks 24/7, is worth doing that for.
The pledges.
Just take their word for it. It's changed. Take their word for it. The secret's out, dude. They're drinking each other's semen to get in. The secret's out. That was a pretty good one, Jen. That was up there. I have a higher standard for you, though. I want more on my desk. I did stop. Was I getting copyright struckoed? Hopefully they won't hit me too hard on it. I figured that would happen anyway. Yeah, notice they're right on top of that one, right? Am I back live? Am I live again? Give me a 1 or 5,702 in the chat if I am. Let's see what else we can dig up here. What are we at? 5. You know what? I'll stop it right before 5 hours. And am I still going? Anyone? I took it down. Hopefully. Hopefully I'm back. Uh-oh. Ah, shit.
Blood of tyrants and patriots to
Damn. Okay, I guess that was pretty close as you can get right there. Thank you guys for alerting me. I was about to be like, what in the world? Alright, so they stopped the stream, but now we're back, apparently. And I think if they don't shut it down... yeah. Looks like I'm floating in here. Let's see how many me's that we can really get on this. Why do I look cross-eyed with this camera angle? Like, every time I look up... now we're back, apparently. And I think if they don't shut it down... Where do they go? Yeah. Where'd all the me's go? Looks like I'm floating in here. Let's see how many me's that we can really get. I really can't get that many me's. I look cross-eyed with this camera angle. Every time I look up... now we're back, apparently. Alright, we'll hold off on news channels that are hyperly active, apparently. You wonder if it is the category. These are things that they don't want us to know, right? Camera angle. Every time I look up... now we're back. Whoo! Alright, let's keep going. Why not? I thought I was going to be broadcasting from... not Kane Bees for the next... What do they give you? After the first one, I got 1 week. I think they give you 2 weeks or a month on the second one. So, can you guys see me? Because I see me. Hopefully I'm not tripping and rewound it or something. It's going to be broadcast as far as it. Wave to me if you can see me. Jen would be like, oh my gosh, I feel terrible. I'm the one who put it there. But he played it. Can you guys see me? Because I see me. Stupid. Hopefully I'm not tripping and rewound it or something. It's going to be broadcast. You idiot. Okay, cool. Broadcast on. We will charge forth at 5 hours here. I'm afraid to stop it. That might be the end. The Ultraverse is collapsing. Thank you, Jen. Alright, waves. It's getting warm in here. I'm tempted to turn the AC on again. I'm getting a little brow of sweat on my unibrow, bushy eyebrow. Oh, well, so many things that we can talk about and discuss. This is odd being so many me's right now. I don't know if I'm comfortable with it, really. I should just keep going. Why not? Let's watch, as promised earlier, something else. Something totally different. That we've enjoyed some of Dawn from Dawn's Divinations. Let's enjoy a little dip in... Okay, why are you so difficult? Eat it to stifle. Sorry. And so she did this echo reading on Sonya, blah, blah, blah. Here's Trish.
Let's get serious. If you're like most people, your health isn't where it could be.
I was trying to like
you know it. I'm Dr. Brett Osborne, and at Synalytics, we're here to...
All right, I don't know if it helps if I watch the ad or not.
Hello, everyone. We are going to...
Speak up.
Do an Idaho reading. This is a tarot reading. It is all alleged, not fact, my opinion. Not fact, my opinion. Okay. And it's going to be with the 4. We're going to start with Maddie. Maddie, what is your energy right now? Okay, death. Okay. Okay, so she's here. She is not happy about something. I'm going to do 5 cards for each, and then we'll do clarifiers. Okay, Maddie, let's find out what we're talking about. The Hermit. Two of Pentacles.
Three of Cups, that represents her and Maddie out at the bar. Page of Wands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, one more. And Page of Swords in reverse. So the Hermit is able to kind of go up on his own and reflect. He's also like the smartest one in the room. He has higher knowledge. Two of Pentacles, upright, that's like trying to balance priorities. The Three of Cups have been the girls out at the bar. So this is them having higher knowledge of something, at least one of them, both of them, trying to balance their priorities. Page of Wands is coming up like with an idea, adventurous, trying to figure out an idea. The Page of Swords in reverse is, the page is a messenger. When it's in reverse, it can be a delayed message. It can be a message that's not true. It can also be a spy. Okay, let's get some clarifiers. So, the Hermit the Hermit upright, sorry. Again, please remember this is all alleged, not fact, my opinion. Mental health. Okay. Two of Pentacles upright. Outer space in reverse, so inside space. Three of Cups upright. Affluent in reverse, so taking down the mighty shall fall. Page of Wands upright. Witness. Page of Swords in reverse. War. So what this says to me is mental health has to do with the higher knowledge, like knowing something and keeping it to yourself. Outer space in reverse is inside space, so trying to balance the priorities of having that inside space inside your head. Affluent in reverse is the girls and the people that were mad at them, basically. Page of Wands, Witness. That, again, this is all alleged, not fact, my opinion, represents Dylan and her coming up with a plan to spy or have someone spy on the girls, which is the Page of Swords in reverse. War. So
let this simple 7-second brain technique reactivate your mind's hidden potential to boost wealth and success. This quick and easy solution is unlike anything you've ever seen or tried before. It has nothing to do with...
There's a private property in reverse, so not private property because they're spying. End of the road, that's what calls the end of the road. Whatever. There's that card, okay. Oh, that's confirmation to me. That's a murder-suicide card, so... I think this person was at the bar, and I think they were sent there either by Dylan or Dylan's boyfriend, allegedly. Digital evidence exposed. blackmail shirts of the organization. Hang on, y'all. Let me just check this. Whoops. Quinn, truth. Okay. So, I think someone was at the bar that was spying on the girls. That's, or past messages back to the link or person that got in touch with the emperor, basically. Or the link, because I think the link is the one that ordered it. Okay. Kaylee, what is your energy right now? Temperance. And strength. Okay. So trying to stay patient, heal, look at it from a higher perspective in all the ways. Okay. Gotcha. She's just here to give us information. Okay, Kaylee, 5 cards. This is going to tag on to Maddie's. Going to continue Maddie's. 1, the Fool in reverse. 2, 10 of Pentacles upright. 3, King of Swords in reverse. 4, 6 of Wands upright, and 5, Queen of Wands in reverse. The girls took a risk that was probably too big for them to take in order to try to get in contact with a family of sorts, organization, whatever, 10 of Pentacles, a wealthy family, basically, organization, whatever. King of Swords in reverse, that manipulate, lie, do what they have to do, say what they have to say, have control over speech, you know, have control over what people say. Scare tactic type thing, King of Swords in reverse. 6 of Wands is like in the public. So in the public, that's the way the King of Swords in reverse comes across. Kind of scary, you know, harsh with his words, threatening, condescending, manipulative, able to control the situation. And the Queen of Wands in reverse is like the King of Swords. She's not a truth teller, but she is also a jealous person. But it's not that people are drawn to her because they like her. They're scared of her. So that's where her socialness comes in. Usually the Queen of Wands is social. But because it's in reverse, she's not well liked, but people are scared of her because of her power. So
sorry, I stepped away for a minute and the commercial played. It was loud. I had that filter on there. Let me take that off. And I was thinking about it. I wanted to play something else. Thank you for that, Trish. I started some raviolis over there. And I know you're talking about, and now I'm loud. Let's see here. I'm broadcasting though through the camera, whichever you want to take that. Let's see. What did I do? Oh, this thing here. And I'll just remove that. Sorry about that. I think I cleared the waiting room with that ad there, and then Not to mention going off air for copyright violation. That's no fun being on a legal area. Alright, let's keep this within reason. And we'll go maybe 15 more minutes. Just for Twiz, because he asked. What do we got here? Something I can play. I haven't done any real boobs on here, Heather. That's that's all I got for you guys tonight. I'm gonna enjoy my Chef Boyardee ready-made, just add water. Thank you everybody for doing what you do and being here and getting the booms right. That's how we do it. We just go along and we get along. And I got two of the best girls in the business for sure. They got my back like no other. Jenn and the other one, whatever her name is, Pitbull, Heather Audimus. So thank you guys for being a part of it, and I will see you on the flip.